Host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland out today. Kerry Crowley filling in for him. So Kerry and I will take you right up until 6 o'clock, and we'll be talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, will join us at 4:50. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Oh, Matt Barrows will join us at 3:15. And Mark Spears will have a little bit to talk about as USA survives Serbia in the semifinals and heads to the gold medal game against France on Saturday. What a day, huh? Jeez.
I mean, what a day, Tom. I think my favorite thing so far is reading all the headlines that say U.S. men escape Serbia or U.S. men get out of Serbia. Like, it reads like some sort of special military operation right now when you've got Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James leading the way in the fourth quarter. Incredible comeback, and my goodness. Serbia, there you go.
I mean, just I was recording that one, so I was like bouncing back and forth, and the rain delay allowed me time to go back and watch some of that. And when the Giants came back on, I watched some of that commercial. I'd go back and watch some of that. And I was always a little bit behind what the hell was going on. But we'll start. We'll definitely get to the gold medal game and talk a little bit about that, and we'll talk about the Serbia game. But we got to start off with this stupid game. I mean, 5.5 hours from start to finish, 2 rain delays, and then you win it, and then you don't, and then you win it again, and all the while that's going on, it's raining harder and harder. You have no idea if they're going to stop it at any point. They're going to put this thing back in the fridge for a little bit and then bring it back. I mean, the Giants melt down, and then the Nationals melt down on the top of the 10th. I mean, they just went goofy. They looked like a little league team out there for about 2 minutes, and the Giants, they needed it. They went 5-2 on the road trip, but boy, that was, whew. That was something right there. That was something. I'll just say that.
It was special. Yeah, special.
Yeah, it was special, all right.
Camilo Doval gets the win, which is exactly how that game should go, because he walks two guys.
You can't take him out now. I mean, you got the win. You kidding me?
Yeah, exactly. He did his job. He got the Giants the win. Closer comes into the game, and they go home happy. I don't see anything wrong with that. It looks good in the box score other than
totally
3 earned runs, but yeah, absolutely. The other part of this is it felt like there was a third rain delay when they were about to start the 10th inning, because the Giants and the Nationals are tied at 5 at that point. Encarnacion goes out to second base, and there's like a 5 or 6 minute delay. The umpires are talking. It seems like they're going to debate over whether to start the game again. The Giants are obviously trying to get home because they've got Detroit tomorrow night. And then Keibert Ruiz, the Nationals catcher, all of a sudden his pitch comm's not working. And anytime that happens, it's an automatic 5-6 minute delay. He goes into the dugout. They're not helping him replace it. Yeah. So just utter chaos. But I will give this team credit. This team's been just abysmal on the road this season. If they were even 500 on the road, they'd be like 10 games over 500 on the season. They have been atrocious. And so when Doval gave up that home run to Garcia, I thought it was a lost cause. I thought no way they were able to salvage this. And somehow Michael Conforto comes through because, once again, bases loaded, nobody out, runners in scoring position. It looked like the Giants were going to miss out on the opportunity to add on there in the top of the 10th inning, which it just would have been so fitting for the way that this season has unfolded. And yet, they've given themselves an opportunity. And, oh, by the way, the Atlanta Braves have lost 5 in a row, and they come to town next week. Giants now close that gap to 2.5 games in the wild card.
Well, heck, by the end of the day, I'm not even sure if Atlanta will be the third wild card. It could be the Mets.
Yeah,
who are trouncing Atlanta 9-1 last I looked. For a team that can't get 2-out hits, they got 2 massive ones today. Cannon got one in the 9th, and Conforto got one in the 10th. Those were massive hits for them because this team had scuffled. And when Conforto came up, that was right after Ramos had one of his worst swings of the year.
The
on a
change
ball
up
that
outside.
Was 2 feet outside. I mean, if I can quote Tommy Lasorda, and I'm going to, he couldn't hit that with a bleeping oar. That thing was not even close. And I'm thinking, here we go again. How many times the Giants strike out with a guy on third less than 2 outs? And Conforto picked him up, and then Chapman comes up and tacks another one on. So that was huge. I mean, that was huge in a 5-2 road trip because you're right. The Braves are sliding. We'll see what the Mets do. Padres and Diamondbacks don't lose anymore.
No, not anymore at all.
I just looked it up. They are both an identical 15-5 over the last 20. I mean, they're just both rolling, and they're not inventing ways to lose games. They're inventing ways to win games. They just find ways to win. And the Padres today, down 5-4, I think it was, going into the 9th, dropped a 3 spot on Pittsburgh, and then they come back and get one. I mean, Bednarik was not doing Pittsburgh any favors the last couple games. So the Padres are just finding ways to win. Like, it didn't matter who they're playing right now, they're winning. Now, here's what I would say. They're going to lose at some point. Like, they're going to have another streak. This isn't – because I looked at it yesterday. I was like, holy cow. Not only are these guys pulling away in the wild card, they're sneaking up on the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm the Dodgers, I'm looking in my rearview mirror going, where'd that come from? I thought we were all clear here. I thought we were all good to go. I mean, it is not a foregone conclusion anymore that the Dodgers are going to go ahead and win the NL West. Last I checked, I think it was 3.5 games. It might be 3 now with the Padres. But the Braves are sliding, and we'll see what the Mets do. But the fact that they have, and I think the Mets also, don't the Mets also come to town?
I believe the Giants should host the Mets, right?
I think they do. I think they got the Mets coming to town. I know the last series of this year is against the Cardinals. They also have 6 games.
No Mets,
each.
apparently. No Mets.
No
on the
Mets.
schedule.
Okay, they already had. That's right. They already had the Mets here because I was looking at the schedule last night. I know they have 2 series each against the Diamondbacks and Padres. So you're going to have the teams ahead of you. And then the Cardinals are going to be in there too. But like, this was massive to get your head above 500. And now you got the Tigers coming in. So they've been playing good ball at home. But, I mean, they do have a Duvall issue, period. I mean, there's just no way around that. I mean, how many times? I think it's 7 walks in his last 9 1/3 is what it is. And the home run the home run didn't even bother me. It was like, that was kind of a fluky home run, tucked it down in the left field corner. It was a high pitch. I know Sean Estes said he didn't love the pitch selection because he didn't want it high, so you could elevate the ball. But all that, I mean, you could debate all that. It's the walks with this guy. This guy's either hitting guys or walking guys, and just so many free base runners that it's a real issue now. You almost expect at least 1 walk, if not 2, when he comes in the game. And I don't know what they're going to do about that. I know Sean also said he didn't know if it was time to make a change, at this point of the season, but I don't know. I mean, you have options, and I don't know that I can keep running that guy out there. Like, if he's getting hit a little bit, I could say, okay, we'll live with that because you're going to get hit occasionally. But when you are going to walk, when you're a closer and you're going to walk at least 1 guy seemingly every single time you come out there, and like, I'm over exaggerating, of course, because there was like a 2 or 3 game stretch where he didn't walk anybody, but it is 7 in the last 9 1/3 innings, which is a tad high, I would say. That's the issue for me, is that I can't trust him to throw the ball over the plate anymore.
Yeah, it is a very difficult situation for this Giants team because their play in the months of April, May, and June removed all margin for error. So they're not playing from 5 games over 500, 10 games over 500, where, you can dabble with the different closer from time to time and figure this thing out. They have no margin for error whatsoever. They can't afford to blow any of these games in which they get the starting pitching help that they need, in which they get the timely hits that they need to go ahead. And so it's put them in a situation where they are relying on Camilo Doval, and he has proven that he's not very reliable, at least over the last several weeks. He entered last night's game with an ERA above 6 in the last 2 months, and of course, added to that today. So we've got Matt Barrows coming up at 3:15 from The Athletic. Before we send you to a quick commercial break, want to give away some tickets. The 49er ticket giveaway continues today. It rolls all the way through August 23rd. You will have 3 chances every day, once during Murph and Marcus, once during Papa and Lund, and now during Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49er home game. This is a great giveaway. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the Niner team store and enter for a chance to win the grand prize. Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-KNBR. When you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, tune in today during the 5 o'clock hour for your chance to qualify. That is a great ticket giveaway. On the other side, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. We will talk 49ers football with him when we come back. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. After multiple rain delays, the Giants finally won 9-5 over the Nationals, taking 3 of 4 in the series. For everything Giants, keep it locked in here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland here on Thursday afternoon. 49ers open the preseason on Saturday in Tennessee against the Titans. And here to help us break down the state of this team and Brandon Aiyuk watches Matt Barrows, beat reporter for The Athletic. Matt, how you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well, yeah. There are two beats that I cover. The 49ers, like 89 players, and then a full other beat is Brandon Aiyuk watch. And actually, that's the more busy beat these days.
Every
sounds
single
like you're
rumor.
an anchor man. Day 42. Aiyuk watch. All right, give me before we get into it a little bit, just off the top of your head, I'll give you three options, and you tell me. Give me the percentage of each option. Aiyuk traded. Aiyuk signs long-term deal. Aiyuk plays his fifth-year option, whether it's for the $15 million or they bump him up a little bit for a little bit of maybe whatever the money is. So 1 year, multi-year with the Niners, long-term extension, or traded. What do you think the percentages are on those three?
Yeah, that last one, a couple of weeks ago, I would have had that as the smallest one. It probably still is, but it's bigger in my estimation now. But I would say it's 30%, 40%. Now 30%, 45%, 25%. I still think that the best option for all parties is for him to sign a long-term extension with the 49ers. He seems to be intent on being dealt to the Steelers. He seems to like the Steelers more than the 49ers. The problem is that the Steelers know this, and they're playing the long game here, and not giving the 49ers a great offer in return. And I just don't see the 49ers pulling the trigger on that if they're not going to get somebody that helps them in 2024, or they get a bounty of draft picks. And it doesn't appear like either has been offered to this point.
So I got to ask this, and maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't, but I've been trying to figure this out. What is it about Pittsburgh? I got the Commanders. I mean, that was his former high school or former college teammate, Jaden Daniels. I don't get this one because they already turned down New England, apparently. So it doesn't appear to be all about the money. He wants to get his money, but he wants to go somewhere where he's comfortable playing. This is a defensive head coach, a kind of a run-first team. I mean, the Niners are too, but they're not as offensively gifted as the 49ers. Kyle certainly is a better offensive coordinator than anything they have to offer this year. What is it? What is there anything there that I'm missing? Because he's from here. He's from Northern California, went to ASU, so I don't see it.
I don't know the answer. I can only guess at what the answer is, and one of them is that Mike Tomlin. We do surveys. The Players Union does surveys league wide, and one of the questions is always, "What head coach would you like to play for?" And Mike Tomlin, for I don't know how long he's been in the league, but he's dominated that answer. I mean, the players like him. He's perceived as a player's coach, a guy that you want to play for. The 49ers played in Pittsburgh last year. I don't know if there was some sort of interaction between Tomlin and Aiyuk, like a wink, something like that. That maybe kind of caught his attention. But the Steelers have become the team that he wants to play for. You may have answered one of the questions or one of the reasons when you were asking the question. Not a lot of offensive weapons on that team as opposed to the 49ers. So if he goes to Pittsburgh, he's the guy. There's no question about it that offense would run largely through him. So, maybe that's part of it. But it is a good question. I mean, from the 49ers perspective, they just played the Steelers, so they're not going to play them for another 3 years. So if you are going to deal a good player, you want him as far away from you as possible, and the Steelers would be a good fit in that regard.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic joining us here on Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. And Matt, how adamant do you think the 49ers will be about getting a wide receiver back in this deal? Because Deebo Samuel has come to camp in maybe the best shape of his career. They drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round, and so far it sounds as if when he's been on the field, not injured, he's been impressing those out there. Do you think it's necessary to replace Aiyuk with someone who can come in with some production this season, or could they, look at someone else at a different position where they need some help?
Yeah, they could. I mean, I think wide receiver is the preferred position.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and getting somebody that could be a starter at X would be preferable. The Steelers don't seem to have that player, and I think that's part of the hiccup here. And I don't know what their offer is. I don't know which players the 49ers have inquired about. Maybe it's Minkah Fitzpatrick at safety. That could help the 49ers this season as they're trying to get back to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I do think if it's not imperative to get a wide receiver, I do think it's imperative to get somebody that helps you in 2024, because Brandon Aiyuk is going to help you in 2024, obviously. So that's what it's all about for the 49ers. They're trying to get back to the Super Bowl. So I just don't know whether draft picks would swing the deal. I mean, if it's a bounty of draft picks, I'm sure it would, but it doesn't sound like that's been part of the discussion to this point.
Do you have a feeling one way or the other that if they don't resolve this, either trade him or sign him to a long-term deal and he has to play in his fifth-year deal, that he would play, or would he sit out until he has to play?
Well, I mean, I think he's sort of compelled to play. He's got to accrue that season in order to become a unrestricted free agent. He's got to have that fifth year. So he has to play a certain number of games. At some point, he's going to have to start practicing. He reported to camp with, you heard Shanahan on the first day, with neck and back issues, quote unquote. But I mean, if I'm Shanahan,
my back hurts.
Exactly. Well, I mean, today they practiced without Deebo Samuel. They practiced without Chris Conley, without Danny Gray, a couple of other players. That's one of the positions that has been injured the most. That typically is. Nobody runs as much in a training camp practice as a wide receiver. You see a lot of strains, hamstrings. Pearsall is another guy who didn't practice today. So, I mean, they could use Aiyuk. They could use an extra body there. Mike Silver's report the other day that Shanahan is starting to get fed up with this. I think probably part of that is that, this guy's healthy. He's not out there. He's around. He should be practicing. And I think it's interesting that ever since that bro handshake was caught on camera a week ago, we haven't seen hide nor hair of Aiyuk. He's been around, but he hasn't been anywhere near the practice field. So I think that kind of triggered okay, you can be around, you can go to the meetings, but don't make a scene during my practices. And I think that's very conceivable that happened.
Matt, we spend so much time talking about Brandon Aiyuk and the potential trades and what the 49ers will do at wide receiver, and it feels like as the weeks have gone on, there's been not nearly enough attention, at least in my mind, on Trent Williams in the left tackle position. How confident are you that the 49ers will get something done and get something done potentially quickly, knowing that Tristan Wirfs just kind of reset the market out in Tampa with that 5-year, $140 million deal I think that he got, and I know that Trent wants to be paid on an average annual value right up there with the best of them. So how quickly could this thing come together?
I think it can come together quickly. I mean, they know what the parameters are. You just mentioned Wirfs. So, that number that Trent Williams will be wanting to hit, that's laid out for them. So they just need to reach that. I'm a little hesitant to say, it's just all perfunctory, that it'll get done quickly, because the Aiyuk situation's gone on so much longer. But my perception of this is that Trent Williams going into his his 14th season isn't eager to be practicing in August heat with a guardian cap on his head and all this other stuff. I think he realizes that in order to get ready for the Jets, he would have to come in at some point and get some practices in, sharpen his skills. And Chris Forster today was talking about just the great strain that offensive linemen experience in that first game. You can't replicate it in practice, and they're never more exhausted than they are during that first game, whether they've been out with an injury or it's the first game of the season. So there is a thought that, okay, he needs to come in at some point to give him the necessary runway for the season. But I think there's also a thought that he does not need the full training camp experience. He might not need the joint practice with the Saints. But I would think that very soon after that, and that's coming up next week on Thursday and Friday, I would think that alarm bells start to go off at that point for both of these guys, that in order to be effective early in the season, this is the point of no return for taking part in the remainder of training camp.
The life of really good teams. Every year you got to deal with something like this. It's seemingly every single year. I can't go back through all the years, Matt, but it's been Warner, it's been Kittle, it's been Bosa, it's Williams, it was Debo, and even McCaffrey this year for about a week or two, and now Aiyuk. This is the tough part of trying to stay at the top, is it not? Like, you have really good team, really good players, and everyone's going to want to get paid, and you got to decide. Like, they could afford Aiyuk, they could afford whatever they wanted to. It's just how you want to allocate your funds and how you feel like it best serves the team. But this is life. This is what life at the top is. The NFL is not meant to stay at the top for long.
No, I mean, last year it was Bosa who didn't sign until the Thursday before the game in Pittsburgh, and there was consternation about that, but I don't think it reached the kind of nationwide freakout that we're seeing with the Aiyuk situation, and that has to do with the fact that a trade is now involved. So you have people in Boston and in Pittsburgh and Washington, D.C., and Cleveland chiming in as well. So I think that changes it. But the thing about the Bosa situation, he signs the deal, and then everything's fine after that. I mean, he may not have been 100% Nick Bosa for those first few games, but he was pretty quickly up to speed. My point is that once the guy's back, once Aiyuk, if he comes back, and there's no other hiccups, injury related or anything like that, he catches his first touchdown, and this is all water under the bridge.
Oh yeah,
nobody is remembering this or holding it against him. It's, wow, Aiyuk is a great, great player. Thank God we signed him. So I think that's what he and his agent are counting on, that once the deal is done and, things are back to normal, he's going to be embraced just like he was in the past.
No, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Anything on Drake Jackson?
Well, yeah. The 49ers made some roster moves today, and they added a couple of veteran players, and one of the ways they fit those guys on the roster is putting Drake Jackson on the reserve PUP list, which means that his season is now over. And he had the patellar tendon surgery in the offseason. That's a big surgery, and the 49ers realized, okay, this guy isn't even close to being back. He's going to need this full 2024 season to recover. So the next time we're going to see Drake Jackson is, spring practice of 2025.
Any other any interesting position battles that have been going on at camp? Offensive line. I don't know that there's much else. Maybe safety is something. The linebacker next to Fred Warner. What's jumping out at you as some battles that are going to be decided during camp?
Well, something to watch on Saturday. I mean, there's going to be very few starters playing in this game in Tennessee on Saturday. But a couple of rookies are worth watching. One is Dominic Cooney. He's going to be in number 77. He'll line up at right guard, and he's going to start. And he may, take the first few snaps with the starting offensive line and then stay in the game. Chris Furster, the offensive line coach, has been very encouraged by him. I think he's still a little reticent about starting a rookie on Monday Night Football against the Jets in Week 1. So he wants to give Cooney as many reps as he can handle. And so far, it's been so good for him. I mean, he's not been rattled by this. He just seems to have real composure there. So this will be a nice first test for him. And then on the other side of the ball, I don't think we're going to see Charvarius Ford. We might not see Diamador Lenore, which probably is going to mean a lot of snaps, perhaps starting snaps for Renardo Green. He's wearing 31, and he'll be at outside cornerback. He'll be at nickel cornerback. I think that the 49ers have been very encouraged by him. I don't know if that means a big role as a rookie, but he's off to a really good start, very kind of clingy in coverage. So he's somebody to look out for. All the rookies will be fun to watch on Saturday, but those two guys stand out.
What's the nickelback look like right now? Is that decided, or is that something that will decide itself throughout camp?
I think the 49ers are leaning toward something that they did, in the second half of last season, which is to have a third cornerback come on the field and play on the outside and on nickel snaps, which would push Diamador Lenore into nickel. So that third guy is probably going to be Isaac Yiadom, a free agent that they picked up. But I don't think it's totally in stone, and I do think that, if the 49ers had their druthers, they would keep Lenore on the outside, for every down so that he's not having to go back and forth, and that this guy, Renardo Green, the second-round pick, would be their nickel back. So it just depends on, how much faith they have in him. That's a tough ask for a rookie. That nickel spot is usually something that you give to a multi-year veteran. But like I said, I mean, the early returns have been good. I just don't know if they're good enough to reassure them that he can do that against Aaron Rodgers on Monday Night Football.
All right. Well, Pearsall Cowings, have they been doing anything? I know they've been injured. I'm not sure what their status is or if they've been able to get on the field at all.
Yeah, they have a clause in their contracts that they can't practice at the same time as one another. So,
wow, that's interesting. Never heard of that one.
Cowings came back. Pearsall had a shoulder injury, so Pearsall probably isn't going to play in this game, but Cowing probably is, and he's gotten off to a rough start. He had the hamstring injury to start training camp. I think the 49ers would have loved to have had him kind of be one of their special teams guys, maybe even the return man, both kick and punt. That's going to be, I think, probably tough from now moving forward. But, you should see him out there. He's fast. You would think that the preseason would be kind of tailor-made for a guy like that.
Well, he's a bear downer, so you know he's going to be good. Maybe
That's
not,
true.
But I hope he is. Matt, as always, it's great catching up with you. Hopefully we'll do it throughout the course of the season, and we'll talk to you soon, my friend.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
I appreciate it. I love Matt Barrows. He's
the best.
Fantastic. Let's go,
good
Bear
stuff.
Downer. Let's get out there in the field. Let's
My
go do
Arizona State
something.
Sun Devil Brandon Aiyuk not looking so good right now, Tom.
I'm still holding firm. He'll be back. He'll be playing with the Niners this year.
Like Matt said, all will be
information.
forgiven. All will be forgiven.
Oh yeah, well, you know how it is. Perform. That's all anybody really cares about. Just go perform. I mean, if he's not great the first couple of weeks, they'll get on him a little bit, but whatever. It's like I know what he wants. I know what they want, and sometimes this stuff happens, and we'll see what works out. But I guess that makes as good a sense as anything about the Pittsburgh thing, like the whole Mike Tomlin thing, and he would be the focal point. Although Pickens has been pretty good for him too, so I'm not sure where he factors in. But the Tomlin thing, maybe that's a thing that's attractive to Aiyuk. Because other than that, I'm like, what? Like,
Yeah.
why Pittsburgh? Like, that's still, I'm not quite, I don't know. That's as good a reason as any, because I couldn't even figure a reason out, to be honest with you.
Uncertain quarterback situation, probably not going to win the division, but hey, yeah, good luck. Go figure it out.
Exactly.
Speaking of figure it out, you know who did figure it out today? Team USA against Serbia. They take down Serbia with a incredible fourth quarter run, avoid disaster. On the other side, we'll talk about Steph Curry's performance, and then Mark Spears will join us at 3:50 today. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on KNBR 104.5, 680 The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Curry for the lead. Oh, kaboom!
We said we was going to get our Steph Curry moment.
32 for Steph Curry. Largest lead for the U.S. tonight. Bogdanovich. Curry. Coast to coast. 6 seconds left. Micic's going to have to hurry. Bogdanovich puts it up. Short. And the United States trailing by as many as 17, back from underneath the grave, advance to the gold medal game.
Everyone was wondering when Steph Curry would come alive during these Olympic Games, and folks, it finally happened this afternoon. Curry hit key shots to keep to keep Team USA within striking distance of Serbia this afternoon. And then down the stretch, he hits the go-ahead three-pointer. He puts the game on ice with the free throws late. Kevin Durant contributes. LeBron James was outstanding this afternoon. And if you think that this Olympic medal doesn't mean much to Team USA, watch the celebration after they take down Serbia. A ton of emotion. Curry, LeBron James celebrating, Joel Embiid hanging out on the court, egging on the French fans there in Paris. What a win, what a moment back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Thursday afternoon. Mark Spear is going to join us in just a few minutes. He was there in person in Paris watching this game between Team USA and Serbia. And Tom, Steph Curry came alive when his team needed him the most.
Well, 17 in the first. Ended up with 36. I think it was 8 assists, maybe 9. Mm-hmm. I think it was maybe 9 assists, 8 3-pointers. I'm not sure exactly. I might have inverted it, but they couldn't. I mean, Serbia couldn't miss in the first half. Yeah, I think they had 10 threes in the first half, and I thought that's what it would take to beat Team USA. Was a team that just was out of their gourd from three, and the fourth quarter. I think it kind of started getting heavy on Serbia, up 13, thinking, oh my gosh, we have a chance to win this. And the threes weren't falling like they were in the first few quarters. They just weren't. I mean, guys had open shots, and they just couldn't make them. And then Steph got going, and LeBron did his thing. I guess I read there have been 4 triple-doubles in the Olympics. He has 2 of them. I mean, this is like Brady all over again, like this excellence in an advanced age that is just hard to fathom what he's able to do. They came down. I forget how much time was left, but I think they were up 3 or 4. Just get the ball to KD, top of the key. He waves everybody off. Whap, 17-footer. I still think he's the most gifted offensive player of all time. Like when you consider versatility. I mean, there's just you are going to get off a good shot damn near every time with him, and it doesn't matter unless they double team him. But 1-on-1, he's just so long, and he can handle the ball, and he's such a great shooter. I mean, his range goes out to 25. I mean, he's incredible. But to have that type of player in your team, where you just give him the ball and go get us something. I mean, Warrior fans know they saw it here forever, where the offense breaks down a little bit, get it KD. KD will do his thing, and KD came up big, but really it was the defense. The defense in the fourth quarter, they scored 32 in that quarter, and I looked it up here. I forget what they end up holding them to. I don't know if it was like 13, 14, something like that. Is that what it was, 15? Yeah, okay. So, they finally clamped down defensively. The threes finally stopped falling, and I think, again, they're the only ones that can answer this, but the moment seemed pretty big for him. Like, it was like, God dang, we have a shot. We got a shot at this. And when they're rolling defensively, I mean, again, Steph was doing his thing. He was incredible. That's why when people ask about Steph shooting, I'm like, just stop. That's the last thing you ever worry about with that guy. Like, when he starts getting his shots and his looks, he's going to have a game. I've seen it with the Warriors. He'll go through a stretch where he's not shooting well, and you just like, doesn't work. Don't worry. Numbers are going to be what the numbers are going to be. But he's devastating even when he's not making shots because they have to account for him. Well, today he was making shots. And they needed it all, too. They needed him. They needed LeBron. They needed Embiid. They needed KD. And they needed all those guys. And they all came through. And it just, again, to me, it kind of highlights just the magnificence of Jokic. Mm-hmm. Like, he's the one guy on that team, him and Bogdanovic. But Jokic is the guy. And that team, like, I'm convinced you could put Jokic on a team with 4 hobos and they could win a medal. Like, that's how good that guy is. Like, he just makes everybody around him is just so much better when they play with him. You just watch him; he just controls the action when the ball's in his hands, and he's my favorite player to watch. Like, I just love watching him play and how he affects the game. But that was one that I think, the coaching staff anyway, and the players, I'm sure, will go back in the locker room. They'll be pumped. They'll be happy. It was good to see the emotion. That was very cool, and they'll be like, whew. Because this is a gold or you lost proposition.
Exactly.
This isn't like, well, if we medal, if we get on the stand. No. There is no stand. Either you win the gold or you don't win. And period. It's silver, bronze, not an option. So, and I get what they would – look, if they lost this game, Jokic is a great player. They're hitting threes. The world has gotten so much better. They played a marvelous game. We get all that. But when you lose with Steph, LeBron, KD, Embiid, Holiday, Booker, Davis, I mean, you go on and on. I mean, you're just like, well what? No. You shouldn't lose that. Now, the fact of the matter is they could lose because these guys are pretty damn good. And the world has got a lot better. But when you go over there, that's it. That's probably the one, and maybe the women too. It's either gold or nothing.
Yeah.
Either win the gold or you're going to get crushed. You'll get absolutely crushed. People call it one of the worst losses in Olympic history. That's how it will be characterized. Either you win the gold or you're one of the biggest chokers of all time because you didn't win the gold medal. That's it. There is no in between with that, period.
Well, they've got their gold medal match, their gold medal game, I should say, on Saturday against France.
An away game.
Hostile environment alert for this one. We'll break it all down next with Mark Spears of Anscape. He's in Paris taking in these Olympic Games and Team USA. More coming up on Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Thursday afternoon. KNBR, the sports leader. '49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan will join Tom Tolbert myself today at 4:50. Listen to that interview live here on KNBR, YouTube, and Twitch.
Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
All right, let's talk a little USA Serbia from a man who was at the game. He was there. Said it's one of the best basketball games that he's ever seen. Mark Spears live from Paris. Mark, what's going on?
Man, my juices are still flowing, man. I wish I could use a word of ish. That ish was incredible. Wow.
What was the crowd like? Were they pulling for the underdogs?
You know what? Our American crowds are weak, bro. The Serbian crowd, took it over. And, we had our weak USA chants, which was, yeah, right. And I don't know what they were saying to Serbian, but that sounded really intimidating.
Aggressive?
I felt like I was in, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome or something like that. It was loud. It was resonating in the crowd. Whatever USA people couldn't respond to it. And it was like this call to fight that certainly was, inspiring the Serbians. If you've ever, seen Serbian basketball videos, somebody asked him a joker about whether the crowds in the NBA were intimidating. And he's like, I played in Serbia, bro. So it was, the USA basketball team, man, these guys, you can see the levels, right? There were guys that, I didn't think Anthony Edwards was ready for that. I could tell. There were some other guys that didn't seem quite ready, and they just had to go with the A team down the stretch, which was LeBron guarding Joker, and Embiid, for the most part, was awesome, although I thought he missed some important offensive rebounds. Steph finally woke up. KD hit some big shots. Booker, to me, Booker was impressive. And he reminded, or actually probably convinced a lot of people that he's one of the elite players in the world, the way he stood up in this game. So for them to come back and win this, it looked really bleak, man. In the middle of the fourth quarter, it looked really, really bleak. But somehow, that 6-point play turned things around. And they came back to one of the most miraculous comeback wins at Olympic, NBA, college, high school that I've ever seen. Ever.
Did it feel to you, you were there, I was just watching it on TV, but it felt to me, because I think Serbia had 10 threes in the first half. They were banking stuff in. Everybody was just on fire in the first half. It felt to me like they got up 13 in the third quarter and up 12 with 8 minutes to go, I think it was. It felt to me like at that moment they thought, holy cow, we have a chance to win this. And those shots that were going early in the game weren't quite as free-flowing as they were early.
Yeah. Tom, believe it or not, I've been to Serbia. I was there 20 years ago. And I went to Sarajevo, right? Bosnia, Serbia, And I've been in a lot of hoods, been in East Oakland. I've been in South Central. I've been in the Ninth Ward in New Orleans. Ain't Serbia, bro. Serbia's tough, man. I never seen so many bullet-riddled houses and homes and places in my lifetime. It was probably the scariest place I ever been. Now, I do think Serbia has recovered miraculously since then. I say all this to say they ain't scared of us. They ain't intimidated by us. We think everybody's scared of us. Serbia, not. Not at all. Bogdanovic, if that dude can play that way in the NBA like he plays for Serbia, he'd be an all-star. He was incredible. He was talking trash to LeBron. He looked like he wanted to fight LeBron. They were not. I told one of my friends, I'm like, this Serbia game's not going to be easy. They're not scared of the USA. They're tough. They got a superstar. They had a great co-star. And it's funny, after the game, Anthony Edwards kept calling the dude from Serbia number 30, man. Number 30 could shoot. He didn't even learn his name. But they're a different breed, man. They ain't scared of the U.S. I think France is going to be different. I don't think France has that same fight in them that Serbia has. France will have an amazing crowd on Saturday. It's going to be a loud crowd. It's going to be a joyous crowd. It's going to be drums. The crowd, Steph said that he envisions the crowd being like, because it's France for the gold medal, right? In Paris, one of the most intimidating crowds that he'll probably face in his career. And he said all his teammates, they need to dig deep and kind of think about what was the toughest road venues they played in before and bring it in to this, right? But France ain't Serbia, man. Wemby hasn't gotten loose yet. Gobert is basically sitting next to me. And they got two dudes that are getting off that are truly inspired and undersized. And I can't see them doing all that against the U.S. While I do, expect Tony Parker and Thierry Henry told me he was going to be there. Like, I expect the crowd to be more intimidating than France. So to me, I actually think tonight was the gold medal game, and they'll be fine on Saturday.
Got it.
Yeah. Mark, these guys want to win, and representing their country means a ton to them. But even I was still surprised by the emotion we saw from Steph Curry, LeBron James, Joel Embiid at the end of that game. I mean, it was an outpouring of love for one another, of a reaction to what they just accomplished there in the fourth quarter and the comeback. Did it surprise you at all the way that they reacted to it?
No, man. They knew how embarrassed they were going to be if they lost. You know how bad we would have been talking about them dudes? That would have been a scarlet letter for the rest of their lives. We keep hearing people talk about, they're better than the Dream Team, and this and that and the third. And then they're going to lose to Serbia? Not that Serbia's not good, but they're like basically 12 All-Stars, right? Like, come on now. They don't need to be losing this game. I just think that, again, Serbia wasn't scared of them, and they came out shooting lights out. I mean, They were nailing everything. And the scary thing about international basketball, it's a 40-minute game. Mm-hmm. If you remember when Greece was upset, U.S., like, I believe it was in 2004, they just got hot in the beginning. And that was the thing that happened with Serbia. I mean, but when you get a lead here, you got Joker that could help you, cushion it. So I think there was a relief. There was release. Like when they came out, I ain't never seen these dudes that happy after these games. They were so happy because they were close to being so embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
Just think of the vitriol they would have been getting on a Friday morning in the U.S. if they would have lost that game. To play for the bronze, how embarrassing that would have been. So,
well, think about it.
They figured it out.
It's either gold medal or you're one of the biggest choking teams in the history of the. There's no in between here. There's no, you got a silver. It's no, did you win the gold? No. Okay, we expected it. Or you guys gagged, and you guys get to wear this with you the rest of your life. I mean, that's a pretty big gap.
Yeah. Well, Steph, you couldn't. Steph was happy, dude. Oh, Steph was happy. This is it for him. This is his only rodeo. I don't know that he plays on a team in 28, right? You think LeBron wanted this blemish? Yeah, I can hear it now. Michael Jordan never lost to the Olympics.
You lost twice.
You know what I'm saying? They were playing as if there was a cage hanging over the court with their mamas in it. And that if they didn't get them, they're going to be like sent away to Russia or something like that. That's how hard these dudes was playing. I ain't never seen Steph play defense like that. Steph jumping over screens and all kind of stuff, man. It was incredible to see. I've never seen these guys play so hard.
So how do you view it, though?
Life.
You watch basketball a long time. You've been you're a Hall of Fame writer. This is, like, to me, they could lose one of these games, right? This is the world has gotten better, but USA is better. They got more talent. But it wouldn't shock me to see them lose. But if they do lose, it's going to be like they lost to the Ivory Coast back in '92. That's how people are going to make it seem. Like there's no way the USA team can lose. How do you look at this? Is it just complete embarrassment if they lose, or is it a little more shaded than that?
No, that's what they've built. You know, like years ago, I covered Arkansas Razorbacks, my first job, and they had just went to 2 Final Fours, and Nolan Richardson said, man, I feel like we've created this monster that we can't continue to feed. It's just getting too big. USA is Godzilla, right? Like, even though there's over 50 NBA players in the Olympics that aren't on the USA team, they're still USA. They still got Steph. They still got LeBron. They still got KD. They still got Embiid, who showed up today. They're expecting nothing but gold. I do think, you know, it's funny. Legendary writer Bill Rhoden, he been riding me the last couple of days because I told him, I said, they're not going to win all these games in blowouts. There's going to be a game where they're going to, like, win, but it's going to be less than 10. I'll bet you a bottle of wine. All right. Okay. Suckers bet. Go ahead. I'll do this. So, I mean, they're just I think Germany kind of got succumbed to the French crowd and the physicality of France and in front of the French crowd and everything. And I was really surprised that Germany lost. I actually think they have a better chance of contending USA than France does. But, you know, France is excited and they're at home and they're energized. But, you know, French is kind of soft, man. Like, when I think when they see LeBron and Steph, you know, they ain't Serbians. They ain't going to – I can't see them. Like, Wemby's been awful. Okay? He's been getting beat up. This ain't the NBA where there's all this space. He did not lead France to this. It was 2 guys that are playing overseas on their bench. It ain't been Wemby or Gobert or Fournier or Nick Galina or Coulibaly, all their NBA guys. It's been some other folks. And so I don't know, man. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would say that USA is going to blow them out on Saturday. Especially after this wake-up call and them being so close to the gold medal.
Why isn't Gobert playing?
It's a good question. I don't understand it. Like, Coach Collet, like, I think you either have to have Wemby or go – if they can't play together, and I think he thinks they can't play together, you at least have to have one of them on the floor at a time. Wemby he's got to get stronger. This is a more physical half-court type of basketball. I mean, they scored 85 in beating Germany today, right? USA scored 95. By NBA standards, it's really low. I mean, obviously it's a 40-minute game, but it's a much more physical game. And I think the one thing that Gobert gives them, like, they better play him against USA because at least he can rebound and block shots and has a physical presence at the rim. Wemby does block shots, but he's getting beat up, and he's going to have to get in the weight room. He's going to have to get stronger. This has not been memorable. I mean, it's memorable because it's in France, but his performance hasn't been anything that has uplifted his presence in the basketball world.
Mark Spears of Anscape.com joining us here on the UMA guest line from France, where Team USA took down Serbia. Mark, because you're there, I would imagine you're not spending all your time around Team USA and the basketball venue. What's been the other best parts of the Olympics for you so far?
I went to a soccer match just because I'm a huge soccer fan. I wanted to go to PSG Stadium, so I saw Mali and Paraguay or Uruguay. I don't even remember. It wasn't all that. So I did that, but I did see Noah Lyles win the 100, and that was absolutely incredible. Being in that atmosphere in track and field, seeing a race that's 10 seconds long, all those guys come so close, that might have been, I know I'm saying all this, that might have been the most amazing athletic event that I've ever been to. In terms of the food, I've been a little disappointed. Been hearing so much about how great the French food is. It's okay. I never thought I would look forward to American fast food, which I'm not even big on it, but it's just all the food here is just okay. I miss breakfast. I miss American breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I need an omelet.
American breakfast is undefeated. It's as good as the as Team USA right now. You know?
Yeah, but I mean, everything got sauce on it. I don't need sauce on everything, man. You just cook my steak, you know. And they have French fries with everything. You have French fries. You want French fries with your ice cream? No, I don't. And then like the coffee. I don't like Starbucks, but I miss Starbucks. I actually went to Starbucks in Lille, and I said, "Hey, can I have a large coffee with 2 cream in it?" No, we can't do that. What you mean, no, you can't do that? It's not on our menu. I just want some coffee with some cream in it. We can't do that, sir. And they gave me a smaller cup with something I didn't want.
They said, screw you, American. Take what we give you. Did you say you wanted an omelet, or you're tired of omelets?
No. I just want a regular omelet, man. I just, you know.
You can't get a regular omelet there?
No. They don't do breakfast here.
What do you mean they don't do breakfast there? Aren't omelets from France?
Complimentary, but it ain't like, hey, I'm going to go down the street and get an omelet. You know, they don't do that.
Why can't I get an omelet in France? I don't get that. You're going to the wrong places, man. Well, there's got to be omelets in France.
Hey, they didn't exactly put me in the Ritz.
Well, there you go.
They put me in the SH hits. You know, that's where.
Maybe you're in the Serbia of Paris.
Yeah, my I ain't getting no points at this hotel.
Oh. Makes you question everything when there's no points.
Oh, no,
Mark, I know you got to go. No, it's a late night for you.
Quick, just to give you some details about this hotel, it's every floor is a different deadly sin. So my floor is envy. Yes.
No.
It has a deadly deadly sin theme. In fact, under the -1 floor, there's a picture of the devil in there. Brian Windhorst is on a floor that's like the death floor, and his carpet has guns on it.
God dang.
Yeah, it's bang bang. It's an interesting place. Yeah, different.
You're going to be begging to get back to that place in Milwaukee.
Yeah, they do have good quiche here. I'll give them that.
There you go. Can't get an omelet, but there is good quiche. Mark Spears joining us from Paris. Mark, thank you so much, and look forward to the gold medal game on Saturday.
All right, fellas.
Have a good one, Mark.
All right. He is Mark Spears.
I want to stay on floor gluttony. That's where I want to stay.
We'll see if we can book you a reservation there. You thought the Pfister in Milwaukee was bad? We're going to send you to Mark Spears Hotel in Paris. We'll see if we can do a giveaway for that at some point. More coming up next. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley and for Copes here on Thursday afternoon. KNBR, the sports leader. According to The Athletic's Diana Rossini, the 49ers have not been satisfied with the offers they've received from the Pittsburgh Steelers for Brandon Aiyuk, and they want to get a receiver back in any potential trade. That story and more on KNBR, the sports leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland on Thursday afternoon. Want to thank our guests so far, Matt Barrows of The Athletic, talking 49ers football, Mark Spears of Anscape.com, talking Team USA and the win over Serbia. As you just heard over the commercial break, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan will join us at 4:50. Tommy learned a few things about the Golden State Warriors in the last 48 hours. Steph Curry can still play at an elite level when it matters most, and Lauri Markkanen will not be traded to the Warriors this offseason. He signs that 5-year, $238 million extension with the Utah Jazz. So their top potential trade candidates this offseason, Paul George, he goes elsewhere. Lauri Markkanen, he stays put. And the Warriors roster, how does it size up right now?
No, look, I know everyone expected they would go out and do something. They would go out and get Paul George. They would go out and get Lauri Markkanen, but takes two to tango, as they say, and they weren't willing to give up what the Clippers wanted for George. They weren't willing to give up what the Jazz wanted for Markkanen. So this is what it is. I don't know how many times I said this last year. I said this is the natural life cycle of a dynasty. This is what happens. As guys get older, their value isn't as good. They're not as good. Although Steph's pretty damn good. And it's hard to trade those contracts. You don't want to trade those contracts because they helped you win 4 championships. And you don't get to draft high in the draft. When they did, it just didn't set up well for them. They got Wiseman, didn't work out. We'll see about Kuminga and Moody. I think Moody's been a very good pick at 14. That's not a problem there. And Kuminga, I believe, was at 7. And we're still kind of waiting to see what he ends up being. Podziemski's been really good. I think that was 17, 18, somewhere around there. I want to say 17. Could have been 18, 19, somewhere around there. But this is what happens. You know, you're not owed every year a chance to win a ring. You're just not. And this is where they're at right now. So this year will be about the youngsters and their growth. And I think I've said that for 3 years now. I thought it might start in 2022, but they got that championship in 2022. And then the last couple years, you know, it's been lean for them. You lose to the Lakers in, what was that, 23. And then last year they didn't even make it to the playoffs. They get to the play-in game. So you can kind of see like a little bit of a slow decline. Now, can Podziemski take a step? Kuminga's the big one. Can he take a step? Hell, can Wiggins? Can Wiggins get back to what Wiggins was? And I'm not talking about 2022 Celtics Grizzlies Wiggins. I mean, forget that Wiggins. That Wiggins was like a flash. He was like a comet in the sky. And that's the frustrating thing about Wiggins is like, you know it's in there, but he's not able to harness it. He just is not able to consistently be that guy. So Clay's gone. Look, right now with this roster, they're probably in the same spot they were last year. They're probably fighting for a play-in spot. Houston is going to be better. Memphis is going to be better. OKC,
San Antonio.
Yeah, San Antonio is going to be better. Well, I'm not sure they're quite take that step up to even a play-in level. Maybe they are, but I'm not sure that they will. I know they added Chris Paul, and well,
I think we may have lost Tom there just for a moment, so we'll see if we can get Tom back on the line here in a moment. But I agree with what Tom was saying. I will add that with San Antonio, they not only added Chris Paul, but a guy that I really liked in the draft coming out of UConn, Stephon Castle. I just watched him a little bit in the NCAA tournament with UConn, a team that's now won back-to-back years under Dan Hurley, and that was a team that looked significantly improved over the summer, I think, with what they did in Summer League. So it's going to be an uphill battle for the Warriors in this Western Conference, Tom, and you look at the guys who need to take steps forward, it's It's all of them. It's Kuminga, it's Trace Jackson-Davis, it's Moody, it's Podziemski. And I think Podziemski's a really interesting one because, the Warriors were probably reluctant to include him in any sort of a Markkanen trade because, you'd get better with Markkanen coming here, but you'd also weaken a position where you don't necessarily feel that great about your depth right now if you traded Podziemski away. So I think that they're looking for him to take the next step, and I wonder what his ceiling looks like in a Warriors uniform,
Well, that's a good question, because one of the reasons they didn't want to get rid of him is one thing you have in him is the ability to kind of be a lubricant to the offense, right? Right now, like he knows how to make the right pass. He'll get you an offensive rebound. He sets the right screens. He moves at the right time. Like things flow with him out there. You watch him play, and he can make winning basketball plays. But if that's going to cause you to not make a Markkanen trade, then you're hoping this guy becomes an all-star. And I'm not there yet with him as an all-star. Like, can he become an all-star? Yeah. But I don't know what his offensive ceiling is yet. I don't know if he's that guy that if he doesn't have somebody alongside of him, let's say it's Steph Curry, that makes it a lot easier for you, can he be the guy you put the ball in his hands and say, okay, get us something? That's a whole new level. I don't know that he can get to that, but can he be a consistent all-star? Can he get you 20 points a game? He's a pretty good shooter. He's fearless. I don't know what his defensive limitations are yet. I know he's a smart defender, but I'm not sure how he stacks up if he's got to, stick one of the best perimeter players on the team. So, really it's him. What's his ceiling? And can Kuminga just kind of – here's the thing with Kuminga that everyone just it kind of fails to grasp is that, yes, the guy is an incredible athlete. I say he's very rarely out-athleted when he's on the court. Like, he's among the best athletes in the world. He's a top echelon athlete. But he can't shoot that well, and he doesn't have a great feel for the game. And I said the same thing with Wiggins. Some guys are instinctual basketball players. They just know how to play, and they get it. And he's not one of those guys. Neither is Wiggins. He's not one of those guys where you just feel the game, the timing of the game, what's the right play to make, those sort of things. Can you get better at it? Yeah, I guess a little bit. I've always thought maybe that's one of those things you kind of have. It's one of those things you maybe don't have. And that's where I worry about him. Is he a guy that can get you 20-8 on a 42-win team? Or maybe even 24-8 on a 42-win team. Like, is he going to make an impact on the team other than the points and rebounds he puts up? Because a lot of guys in this league that can put up points and rebounds, but how do they affect the game? Like, the extreme to that is Jokic. Like, Jokic affects the game no matter what he's doing out there, and he's still putting out. He puts up points, he puts up rebounds, puts up assists. But you watch the way he just thinks the game, controls the game, moves on the court. Like, that's the extreme example of somebody who, like, thinks the game and affects the game just by being out there and having the ball in his hands. I mean, you look at that team from Serbia today. It's a solid team, but, I mean, come on. And he didn't even have a great game statistically, but he controls everything. And he does the same thing with the Nuggets. So, he's not going to get to that point. That, like I said, that's the extreme. That's like if you want to talk about intellect and how you affect the game by how you play, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And he does it offensively. Defensively, he's not quite as good. Like defense, Draymond's the version of that defensively. But can he get to a point where he's affecting the game in a way that it's not about his numbers? It's just he affects the game. So we'll see. I mean, so far it hasn't happened. I don't know that it'll happen. So those guys are tantalizing. Guys that are great athletes that can put up points and rebounds. Everybody's like, oh, God, got to have that guy. Need that guy. That guy's incredible. And then you look up at the end of the year, they go, look at their numbers, good numbers. And you look at the record, it's like 43 wins. Yeah. 44 wins. It didn't really affect the ball club that much. So we'll see, because they probably only got, I would say, 2 good years of Steph. Where like you got, and by good Steph, I mean he could be the best guy in that guy, but he needs a lot more help now than he did. What kind of help will that be this year? I look at this team as
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you juxtapose those high ceiling players and the guys who also are maybe a little lower ceiling, higher floor players, like maybe a Pajemski compared to Kuminga, and the Warriors have got two different types. They've got to make it all mesh in 2024, and now they know that they'll be making it mesh without Lauri Markkanen after he decides to sign that long-term extension with the Utah Jazz. So when we come back, we will see if the 49ers can make things mesh in the coming days with either a trade partner or with Brandon Aiyuk himself, if they can get a long-term extension done. We'll talk Aiyuk on the other side. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Thursday afternoon. You're listening to KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Thursday afternoon. It's Thursday, August 8th. The San Francisco 49ers open the season on Monday night, September 9th, a little more than a month out from week 1 against the New York Jets down at Levi Stadium. Brandon Aiyuk still not signed to a long-term extension. The 49ers evaluating potential trades that would send Aiyuk elsewhere. Tom, back when training camp started and Aiyuk did the hold in, you think that it would get to this point, or were you pretty confident that the 49ers would have something wrapped up by now?
Another ASU troublemaker.
I think that's the only type of person we produce.
I don't know. I had no expectations. I just figured he would be here. Like I and I still think he'll be here, but I don't know. It's gone back. It's gone this way. It's gone that way, back and forth. And you think they're going to sign him, then they're not going to sign him. Then he's traded. Then he's not traded. Then it seems like it gets loud, and then you don't hear anything for a few days, and it gets loud again. You don't. So I'll be honest. I have no idea how this thing's going to end up. But one of the reasons I feel like he'll be here is they know they're better with him, and I don't know that they're going to give him away for 80 cents on the dollar. Like, I don't know that maybe Pittsburgh's saying, well, they got to get rid of him. Let's not give him as much as they want. I don't think that's going to work. I think they're thinking, well, he's under contract. He's under contract for this year, so why would we give him away? Again, I go back to Utah dealing or not dealing Larry Markkinen. They didn't have to trade him, and they just said, well, if you want him, you can overpay for him. That's fine. You come get him, but we're not in the business of giving guys away for cheap. So we're going to go ahead and let you guys tell us what you're willing to offer, and if not, we'll sign him. And they did sign him. So I think that's the 49ers right now. It's like, look, if he's unhappy, we'll try to get him somewhere and get him his money, but we're not just going to give him away. We're not in the business of giving really good players away. So I think they're going to hold fast, and if they get something that keeps their team even, or maybe even improves their team. Hard to imagine, being that Aiyuk's so good. But I don't think this thing is going to be as easy as, hey, Aiyuk found a contract with Pittsburgh. They want him. Okay, yeah, now what do we get? That's not enough. So I something tells me, like, look, I'm not going to be shocked either way because I'm just guessing here. But that's why I feel like he'll ultimately end up being here, at least for this year.
Well, he made the trade request to the 49ers before training camp.
Respectfully,
he showed up,
by the way.
Yeah, always respectfully.
Yeah, make sure you put that in there.
After the draft, before training camp, he comes to Santa Clara, does the hold in, and now earlier this week, Matt Mayoko reported the 49ers had agreed to at least the framework of deals with the New England Patriots and the Cleveland Browns. Aiyuk determined he didn't want to go to New England. Adam Schefter reported that, and so now we're looking at a situation where Pittsburgh is back in the mix. The bottom line is everyone wants to know, how did the 49ers get here? One of the reporters who's been all over this, Mike Garafolo, he joined Rich Eisen earlier this week to discuss how the 49ers got to the point where they could be evaluating possible trades for their star wide receiver. Here's Garafolo.
I would say the hold-in worked because he was there and he was participating in meetings and he was around the facility. And from my understanding, he wasn't an issue inside the building. He just wasn't practicing. Now there have been some meetings and some conversations. Go back to that meeting that they had. It was in July. It was before training camp. And Aiyuk was the one that initiated it. And it was with the intention of trying to get things reset. From my understanding in that meeting, a lot of folks on both sides said some things they need to get off their chest. And they came away and it was like, okay, now we can potentially reset and negotiate a deal leading up to training camp so we don't have a holdout or a hold in or an issue or anything like that. Just get this deal done. And then it never really happened. They never got a formal offer from the 49ers. We have said repeatedly that the formal negotiations and the formal offers, and this is something where over the course of reporting on the NFL, I've kind of learned what constitutes an offer. Like you can say in a conversation, okay, we'd be willing to do this, or an agent or a player doesn't really consider an offer to be an offer until it's sent in an email. And okay, we've got a chance, and we've got a paper trail, basically. So they haven't done that for months. They haven't done that since back in the spring. The hold-in happens, and it was strategic, and you can see Kyle Shanahan day by day being asked about it, getting more and more impatient because he wants to go out and coach the best football team he possibly can. So I could tell that this is something that has been grinding on him and grinding on the team, and they got to the point where it's like, all right, it's not going to happen here. It doesn't seem that way, so let's see if we can just get him out of here and make him happy, and we move on.
Tom, do you think the hold in is actually worse in this situation than a potential hold out because he's there every day and he's, the 49ers have a bunch of wide receivers going down with injuries and he's not stepping on the football field. You've got Deebo Samuel, who was rumored to be in trade opportunities this offseason, and Samuel showed up in the best shape of his career. He's wreaking havoc at practice right now, and Aiyuk is just sitting there off to the side, not participating.
Hell if I know. I don't have any idea. The one thing I would take exception with what Garofalo said was, now, when he said, let's get him out of here, okay, I don't think they want to get him out of here.
Yeah.
And we talked to Kyle about that, and he'll answer that when we have him on in about 10 minutes. But they want him. Like, that's the thing. They want him on the team. But it's got to be to their liking. And I don't know how, again, we don't really know what was offered and what they came back with. We don't know that. Like, there were reports that it was 26, but what if it was 28? What if Aiyuk wants 30? What if he wants 32? What if he wants A.J. Brown type money? So we don't know any of this stuff. So until we know that, it's hard to put this together and say, okay, well, why can't you pay that? Or I wouldn't pay that. So I do know they want him here, though. They realize how good he is. Like, Debo's not a number one receiver. Debo's a weapon. Debo's not a number one guy. He's more of like, just get the ball in his hand, let him go. But he's not a guy that's going to run the precise routes. He's not a guy that it's going to do the things that Aiyuk does. That's why it works so well, because they complement each other so well. And that was another thing when I was thinking, why would he want to go to Pittsburgh? You mentioned it. The quarterback position there is unsettled, to be kind. He has a great connection with Purdy. And Purdy's just getting going. Like, you could see this be a thing for like a half a decade or more. Like Purdy to Aiyuk. I mean, so to me, it's like, man, I don't know if there were hurt feelings. I don't know if because, Aiyuk's camp said, yeah, we were trying to work on something. We thought we were close. And then the wide receiver market happened, which is absolutely their right to do. And you'd be dumb if you didn't do it. If you saw where the market went, you're like, oh, well, hold on a minute. Let's hold on. But I don't know. Again, I don't know where he values himself. I don't know. Him and his agent look at it and go, okay, this is where we slot in. And the Niners saying, no. That's not where you slot in. This is about where you slot in. So it's interesting because everybody else has gotten it done. One way or the other, everybody else has gotten it done. And maybe this works out that way. Maybe the Niners think they don't want to spend that much money in their wide receiver room. Maybe they feel like, hey, we need to allocate some resources to other position groups on this team, and it's going to be harder to do if we give him that money. Again, there's so many things that we just don't know, and unless you know the entirety of it, then you're not really sure exactly how you would come down. Like, are they making a huge mistake? Did they blow this somehow? Did they fumble it somehow? Did Aiyuk overplay his hand? I don't know. The one thing I do know, though, is they want him there. Like, the Niners want him there. They know they're better with him. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. And that was always kind of my premise, is that he'll be back because they realize they're better with him. And this team's still in that window. And they haven't won yet. I also said if they had won a Super Bowl, maybe they'd be more likely to let him go because they have won. And now they can start planning for, not that you don't want to win the next year too, but okay, now we can start kind of allocating our resources and trying to shore this up, shore that up. So we're good for the long haul. But when you haven't won, there's a different type of pressure with having won. You haven't won one. You want to put the best possible team out there, the best chance, the team that gives you the best chance to win a Super Bowl. And that includes Aiyuk. That includes Aiyuk. I don't see a situation where the offense could be better without Aiyuk. Maybe they get a defensive player. I know Minka Fitzpatrick's been mentioned. Well, maybe that shores up your defense, and maybe that adds something there that compensates for the loss of a receiver. But they're not going to be better without Aiyuk, and they know that. They understand that. So that's kind of part of my reasoning why I've always kind of stood with the I think he'll be back. But that's just, that's just me trying to rationalize what I think, what they're thinking, what he might be thinking. But again, I can't explain the love for for Pittsburgh when you look at like if he was from Pennsylvania, I would go, okay, maybe he wants to go. He's from here. He's like from here. He's from Northern California. So great offense, great offensive mind, great rapport with your quarterback, who's a young quarterback who's going to sign his own big deal. And you guys could be a dynamic combo in the NFL for a number of years, yet this ain't happening. So we'll find out at some point. At some point, we'll get the whole story and then be able to kind of, kind of decipher it and how we feel about it and how we read it. But, to me, it's like throw whatever prediction you have, just throw it up in the air, let the fan hit it, and see where it lands.
I think the point that you made about the 49ers not having won a Super Bowl during this window is a really important one, because you look at the Kansas City Chiefs and the decisions that they've made over the last few years. They win a Super Bowl. A few years later, Tyreek Hill is gone. And you can make that decision after you win a Super Bowl because you can take that kind of a risk. You look at this year. They win the Super Bowl. L'Jarius Sneed, who played an incredibly pivotal role for that defense, he's gone. And they were just they're fine with it because you can do that after you've won 3 in, a 5 or 6 year stretch that Kansas City's done. The 49ers, if they lose Brandon Aiyuk, I don't think anyone can point to 2025 and say, well, that's our year. If, Ricky Pearsall has a step forward this year, if, you bring in someone else from the outside, and you have a really good draft next year, there are so many question marks and what ifs for the 49ers as they head toward the future that I don't want to say that this is their last chance, but this might be their last best chance at doing this, which complicates the matter and further lowers the incentive to trade Aiyuk anywhere, even if a deal that has been agreed to with the Steelers or the Browns or the Patriots over the course of last week is favorable to you. You've got to make sure it's very favorable to you.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I don't know that I would agree that it's their last best chance because we don't know how good Purdy is going to be. Maybe maybe Purdy even gets better, and we don't know what Pearsall is going to become. So, and look, in a couple of years, it's going to be life without Trent Williams. They're going to have to figure that one out too. So, but I think it would be accurate to say he gives them their best chance this year.
Yeah.
Period. Like I just don't see a trade scenario where they're better off. I still think they can win a championship. I still think they can win a Super Bowl without him. I think they're good enough to win a Super Bowl without him. Because they have so many other playmakers. I mean, they still got McCaffrey. They got Kittle. They got Debo. Jennings was really good for him last year. We don't even know how good the rookies are going to be. So they're still going to be in that mix. I don't think there's any doubt. In fact, if they lose Aiyuk, I bet you if you went and looked at their Super Bowl odds, they probably wouldn't move. And if they moved, it'd be very, very minimal. So I still think they're going to have a good chance to win the Super Bowl. But the point is, he gives you your best chance to win the Super Bowl. I don't know what degree that is. I don't know if it gives you a 3% better chance, a 2%, an 8%, a 0.5%, whatever it is. He gives you a better chance to win a Super Bowl this year. This year and this year alone, having Brandon Aiyuk on your team gives you a better chance to win a Super Bowl. So that's kind of my whole thing is if they can just get something done this year. I don't know the salary cap and all those all the machinations of that. Like I think they could probably sign him to a 1 year, like just bump him up this year if they wanted to give him an extra $10 million or whatever and make him happy, and then worry about next year. But like that to me is you haven't won. You're in this window. You've been close a number of times. You've had really good teams. You've had one of the best teams in the NFL over the last 5 years. The whole organization, not that every organization doesn't want it, but this is one of the storied franchises in the NFL. I mean, when you think Super Bowls, you think Steelers. You think Patriots now. You think Niners. I mean, there's about 3 or 4 teams you think about. So, I mean, Shanahan wants this one. Jed York wants this one. So, to me, it's about this year. What gives us the best chance to win this year? And I don't think you can argue. Maybe you can, but I wouldn't argue that Brandon Aiyuk doesn't give you your best chance to win.
Well, I know that you absolutely love talking about Brandon Aiyuk's hold in, and on the other side, we're going to ask
big fan,
who adores talking about the subject about Brandon Aiyuk's hold in.
He's a bigger fan.
Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers head coach, joins us for the first installment of the Kyle Shanahan Show this season. On the other side, it's Kyle. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Thursday afternoon. KNBR, the sports leader. Team USA men's basketball beat Serbia 95-91 today, thanks to Steph Curry dropping in 36 points, including 9 3-pointers. Team USA will face France for the gold medal on Saturday in Paris.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and free 5G phone. Boom! And the action doesn't stop there. Go on then. I will. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris and Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only. Love sports, you love high def, you love going for the gold, you will love Xfinity.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
We got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is time. It's football time. Football season just around the corner, and it's going to start our weekly with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. We will do it on Thursdays. Copes is out, so Kerry Crowley filling in for him today. Coach, what is going on? How you doing?
Doing good, guys. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Let's get through the Aiyuk portion of the segment here, as if you probably haven't had enough of this. And oh, by the way, I'm going to let you know. I've been this happens occasionally when I talk so much about one topic, it ends up filtering its way into my dreams. And I just want to let you know that you traded Aiyuk to the Bears for Rome Odunze and Lance Briggs. So I think that's a pretty good deal.
That's a hell of a dream, man. I'm surprised Gale Sayers didn't show up in that.
No, he didn't. No, Gale Sayers was not a part of the deal, but Lance Briggs was, and I woke up and go, damn, how long has that dude been retired? He's been gone a long time. So.
Oh, with the dreams, I can relate to it, man.
How is this? Let me ask you this. It's been characterized as you're getting annoyed with this, frustrated, fed up. How would you characterize it? Or any of those accurate?
I mean, the situation for me, I mean, you're always frustrated when a guy's not in. I mean, we've had that almost each year here for a number of years, so it's nothing new in that part. I mean, as a coach, you want to go out there and you want everything to be said and to feel good about it, but like I said at the beginning, I mean, I came into the situation understanding that it could be like this, so we prepared for that. I try to treat it as, you know, I've been in situations where you have everything set in your head, how it's going to go and stuff, and then all of a sudden someone tears an ACL or gets hurt, someone you were counting on being there, and you got to adjust. And so when you come into a camp like that, you kind of just treat it, that's how it is, and you try to treat each day like that. And the good thing is he didn't, so you're always holding out hope that it all can work out and you can get back what you were hoping for. But you take it one day at a time, and you try to let it all take care of itself. But this is something that wasn't a surprise going in.
Is there still in your mind that hope there that things can get resolved and you guys can move on?
Oh, of course. I mean, in the perfect world, you'd love all that to happen. But there's a lot of sides to it. You know, it's us, what we want, it's what he wants. There's a whole contract and stuff to that, and it's a tough business part of this league. And some years it can be harder than others. This is a very difficult one, but it's something you're always holding out hope for.
Well, I'll do the same thing and just get this one out of the way with Trent Williams and the left tackle situation. Obviously, you mentioned at the beginning of camp that you prepared for it a little bit, that it's a possibility. Where do you think things stand right there for you right now at left tackle?
I mean, no different. There's nothing to add with what's going on with Trent, but what has been good is all the reps Jalen Moore's been getting. You know, Jalen, you know, usually Wednesday is Jalen's day because we rest Trent on Wednesdays during the season, and he gets a lot of work that day. But this camp, I mean, he's been going against Bosa and all these guys, going with the ones throughout every day, and he's gotten a lot better here each year. And I think just watching him in camp, this has helped him a ton. Very similar in a situation with our safeties, you know, just Huff not being in there. It allows guys to go against some tougher competition, and it's harder at first, but you kind of get used to going against it every day. And the starter doesn't come back, and you kind of get used to how big that is. And I think it prepares you more for those real NFL games.
So back to Aiyuk, if things don't work out, how do you make sure you get fair value?
I mean, that's what you always try for. You try to get, you know, if it doesn't work out, you try as hard as you can to get fair value, whether it's fair value for the future, fair value for now. You're always hoping that it's both. And there's got to be two teams tied to that, and BA's also got to agree on that too. So anytime that takes three things, it's not that easy. That's why we're looking at every possibility and really hoping that when it's all said and done, it's the best thing for the 49ers and the best thing for BA.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's part of it. It's not just him being able to work out a contract, if not with you, with somebody, but they got to have something that you want in return. Because that's what I've been saying, Kyle, is like, you guys are championship contenders again. this year, and certainly you don't want to do anything that jeopardizes that or makes you worse off going into this year. How much does that factor into what you guys would do or don't do, just being able to be at that level where you feel like, hey, we're still one of the teams, and I really do think you would be anyway, but we're one of the teams that's going to be able to compete for a Super Bowl?
Well, definitely. And even if you aren't viewed that way, I mean, that's why it's even other teams that aren't viewed like that, it's always still tough to do that stuff at this time of year, because you have your team set, you're trying to go into it, and everyone always has the future in the back of their mind, but you're always thinking about the present too, and the present is the most important. And when you think about that, it's one game at a time, and it's one season. You want to do everything you can to maximize that opportunity, which is everyone's goal, and that's to win a Super Bowl. And we feel we do have a good team returning, be a huge part of that. That's why we're hoping that can work out. But you also got to deal with the reality of what the situation is, and we're still working through that and trying to see how that can end up. And hopefully it'll be a good situation, like I said, for both sides when it's said and done.
All right, last one on this, and we'll move on to some other stuff. Would you expect / hope that this is resolved sooner rather than later?
I mean, I hope it is sooner than later, but right now, I mean, I don't have any expectations. That's kind of how I stay. That's how I stay sane and focus on being a good coach for our team. If I sit there and come in every morning and expect something to happen and sit in there just waiting on and thinking about it, that's when I won't do my job the right way as the head coach of this team. So I hope it does. Man, that would be awesome to wake up one day and know we have this solved. But I try to come in each day, and unless there's something relevant or something that has happened that I got to be a part of and really discuss, which doesn't happen very much now, then I'm trying to keep it in the back of my mind, kind of out of it, and just focus on the players that are here right now.
Got it.
Yeah, Kyle, what do you look for in a wide receiver when you know that things are clicking for them? Because it didn't happen for BA right away when he came in after you guys drafted him in the first round. Now you're evaluating Ricky Pearsall right now as he comes in as a first-round draft pick. You may have to rely on him more than you anticipated this year. How do you know that someone's ready to take those snaps at that position for you?
Well, I mean, it starts out with just their ability. I mean, that's how you evaluate guys, and, ability usually starts with how capable, from a speed standpoint, from foot quickness, from hands, from size, whatever it is, how capable are they of separating? And then you get into how good of a football player they are. How consistent are they? It's not always man coverage. It's more often zone. How many mistakes do they make? How reliable can they be in these games? And that takes time for everybody. The more you play, the more you see guys in practice do it consistently, the more confidence you get for those games. And it never comes right away, or it's extremely rare to come right away, not just a receiver, but all positions. But the more you can put those in those competitive situations in camp, the more you can get the pads on and really challenge guys. Where I always, you get wide receivers and who come to the NFL, and when they get touched, they're used to a flag going and they're being holding. And, I think I feel the same way. I think there should be. But after 20 years of doing it, there's not going to be the majority of the time. And you got to get that mindset that it's not always just about beating someone. It's about really playing the game, ending with the ball in your hands and getting up the field. And there's lots of ways to do that. And there's adjustment when it comes to playing at this level compared to any other level previously.
Talking to the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. He'll join us throughout the year right here with Copes and myself. Kerry Crowley filling in for Copes today. What have you noticed so far from Brock Purdy that lets you know that he's taken that next step in his development, if anything?
I mean, Brock's, last year, Brock showed such capability his first year, and last year was all about just making sure each day his arm was progressing, and we were building it up to full strength because just the sensitivity of the elbow. And this year it's been about working on things in OTAs and bringing it to camp and seeing if it had gotten better. He worked on a lot of things through OTAs where, sometimes, I remember coming off the field and our O-line coach, Chris First, would be like, is Brock all right? Because he would try a couple new things. I'd be like, yeah, why? He's like, well, he usually hits that. I was like, oh, he's working on some new thing that we didn't like last year, and he's trying to correct it, which was really cool in OTAs because some guys, they hear the coach and then they get out there and it's hard to look bad in practice. Yeah. You don't want to try new things, but Brock's a confident dude, and he tried all that throughout OTAs, and I think it really paid off because then he got in the summer, gets away a little bit, goes to fine-tune his arm and work on some of his technique and everything, and I think he's been that much sharper here in training camp, and we just got to keep that going each day, never take a step back, keep him healthy, and get him ready for week one.
Is there anything we would notice, like when we're watching the games, that if somebody wanted to say, hey, this is something that he does, it's weird, I'm trying to phrase it properly, better than last year, differently than last year. I know you see it, but is there anything fans or us watching on TV could watch and say, okay, that's different?
Well, that's kind of I think that's been the cool thing about Brock's career in a year and a half, that even after his first year, a lot of people outside of here, they would have so much questions about him.
Yeah.
Him taking over for a talented team, going undefeated, undefeated in the games he played in, and until the Philly game that he got hurt in. But when you watch those 7 games, you saw him make plays scrambling. You saw him make some plays down the field. You saw him very accurate. He protected the ball, had a very good touchdown interception ratio. So you kind of saw all the areas that you need as a quarterback. Mm-hmm. And then the whole thing got about him getting healthy, and he got into week 1 healthy, and I think you saw that stuff this year. People expecting him to be good, or now the secret was out, and him still performing at a high level, where people are talking about him as a possible MVP. Having a tough game where he's got 4 picks on Monday night, or Christmas, whatever night that was, versus Baltimore, and then coming back and rebounding from that and playing a hell of a job from there on out. Being in a big game, winning 2 playoff games, playing in the Super Bowl. There's so many things that you've seen Brock do that I don't think there's an area where anyone's like, he hasn't thrown the deep ball well. Oh, he hasn't been able to perform after a bad game. He hasn't made plays scrambling. He's kind of done all that in a year and a half. And so to me, everything's about just being consistent, doing it more and more. I always like to say being a machine, as in terms of if it's there, you're automatic. You never miss it. When it's not there, and can you now unplug that machine and just be a baller and go make a play? And he has done that stuff, but nobody's perfect. That's why we're always trying to train him to be perfect, and that's why he probably gets annoyed with us, but because we're not going to stop till he is. But that's kind of what's cool and fun to coach Brock in, because he's pretty much that way with himself.
I think the interesting, you told me this, and I found it really interesting that you don't mind. It's not that you like interceptions, but you like quarterbacks that'll let it rip. If they see something, let it go. And I think a lot of us watching games or look at interceptions as like the worst thing in the world, and they're not great. You never want to turn the ball over, but it's the mindset and the confidence that a quarterback has that you don't mind occasionally that a quarterback sees something and lets it rip, do you?
No, not at all, because if you don't have that, it's a matter of time before you can't help the team win. Yeah. But you got to make sure you're not keeping both teams in the game. If you're responsible for so many things as a quarterback. That ball's in your hand every play, and the number one stat to losing is turnovers. And so if you're careless with that, we're not going to win a lot of games, and you're going to lose people's confidence. But there's too many times when that pressure's on a guy, and everyone is counting on you to protect that ball and not lose us the game. But you also need to try to win us the game. And there's so many people that in those situations, just human nature, they hesitate a little bit. And they don't want to do that because they don't want to cost the game. And sometimes they don't take those risks and they check it down, and then it's really tough to win. Sometimes it's, you can't get, not all plays are easy. And you got to be able to make some big-time throws and some tight windows. And when that's the case, you can't be scared of failing. And Brock isn't. He will always let it rip if he sees it. He doesn't just guess and decide on Wednesday that he's going to throw that on Sunday. He truly tries to play in the pocket and tell you what he saw, and when he does that, he's not going to second guess himself. He's going to let it rip, and not everything you see, though, is always accurate. You can be deceived. You can make mistakes, and what's so great about Brock, he'll usually see that before you have to point it out. He'll own that quick, and doesn't mean next time he'll just sit on there and hold on to the ball and take sacks. It means he'll try to learn to recognize it, throw a different type of ball, or progress and know the times to surrender, which I think that's kind of more the bigger thing with a guy like that. You need to know, hey, there isn't a play there. There isn't much of an option. You can't help us here. You might have to just take a sack, and let's hope our defense can get it done.
Got it.
Yeah, Kyle, one of the things I wanted to ask you is you guys open up the preseason on Saturday against Tennessee. Obviously, McCaffrey's out right now with the calf strain. Mitchell hasn't been practicing. Garendo hasn't been practicing. What's the state of the running back position? What do you hope to learn about the guys who will be carrying the ball during the preseason?
I mean, we like to get those guys out there and give them some ops. The guys, I'd love to get Aiyuk going just with him being a rookie and stuff, but he had a real bad one the first day. So, we're hoping to get him back by the third game. So that was just really unfortunate for him. When you look at Elijah, you look at Christian, there's not too much we need to see from them. We kind of know what we're dealing with. So, and even JP, we got a great idea of JP and guys who've been here. So it's a great opportunity for these other guys to get going. But, we got Schrader, who's had a hell of a camp. He's had to take a lot of reps, so I'd love to see it carry over to the game. So pumped to get Matt Breida back, who was one of our favorite guys here earlier in our careers here and who's ended up having a hell of a career other places. I think this is his 7th year in the league, and he's been able to stay healthy these last 3 years, so it's been huge to get him here. I'd love to give him some opportunities, and we just signed Vaughn here a couple days ago, so we're going to need all these guys. I mean, it's enough to get through a game, but it is short for camp this time.
I got to ask, I know we're running short on time, but the new kickoff, I still haven't quite figured it out yet. I watched the Hall of Fame game, and I didn't know what the hell was going on, to be honest with you. So explain it to us, if you could. Like, what is it? Like, what are you trying to do as a kickoff team? What are you trying to do as a returning team? Like, I'm going to have to see it a few times just to kind of absorb it and figure out what the hell is going on.
Well, we're in the same boat. So we're all like that. We all would like to think we know what's going to happen, and we're all making very good educated guesses and working at it, but we'd all be kidding you if we acted like we knew. All I've seen is the Hall of Fame game 2 live, and I don't think anyone got much out of that. It looked almost like a quarterback sneak from really far away. So it is interesting. Our guy's going to try to keep it in and get the field position. Our guy's just not going to mess with it and kick it out and kick it back in the end zone and get the touchback. You'd like to find out in the preseason, but I don't think a lot of people are truly going to show their cards in the preseason too. So I'm excited for us to get into a game and just practice it live and kind of get a feel for it. And I hope we get those opportunities in the game to do it. But I do believe it's going to be whatever we learn in these preseason games. It might be like that week 1, but I'd bet it might be the opposite too, because that's kind of how the rest of these games go and every other schematic thing. So we got to be prepared for that, and when that does happen, we got to evaluate the heck out of our own team. We got to evaluate all the other games that happen in week 1 and keep doing it each week. And I expect new amendments to come. I think rules will change as it goes. I think it will be a work in progress, just if I had to guess, and it's something we're all in the same boat on, so that makes it fair. But I'd be lying if I told you I really knew what was going to happen.
It'll be the first time in history during preseason they'll say the coaches don't want to show too much of their kickoff return and kickoff coverage.
I would agree. There's no doubt about that.
Hey, Kyle, we always appreciate the time. Looking forward to it this year. Best of luck the rest of the way. Hopefully you guys are healthy coming out of Tennessee, and we'll look forward to talking to you in a couple weeks.
All right, fellas. Good talking to you guys. Take care.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it. The head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Coming up more. Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
After multiple rain delays, the Giants finally won 9-5 over the Nationals, taking 3 of 4 in the series. For everything Giants, keep it locked in here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. All right, we've got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
You know, it's something that happens to people in all walks of life. And the number one reason people don't file is because they don't have the money to pay the taxes, and they just don't file the return. And then the next year comes around, and they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, and by the way, they still don't have the money? If that's you folks, no problem. We want to go to the IRS for you and make a deal, a good deal. What if you don't have your records? No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. What if you have all your records in your garage in a big green trash bag? No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to handle that for you. There's no good excuse to stick your head in the sand. Like, there's no good excuse to ignore chest pains. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you, your rights, your options, what we want to do. And if you give us the go-ahead, if you say, okay, we want to go to the IRS and state for you, work out a deal, and then take this tax problem that's weighing you down, take it off your back so you can move forward and enjoy your life.
All right, thanks, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 188-TAX-DEAL. That's 188-TAXDEAL. Or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
Thunder, man! Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Would you expect / hope that this is resolved sooner rather than later?
I mean, I hope it is sooner than later, but right now, I mean, I don't have any expectations. That's kind of how I stay. That's how I stay sane and focus on being a good coach for our team. You know, if I sit there and come in every morning and expect something to happen and sit in there just waiting on and thinking about it, that's when I won't do my job the right way as the head coach of this team. So I hope it does. Man, that would be awesome to wake up one day and know we have this solved. But I try to come in each day, and unless there's something relevant or something that has happened that I got to be a part of and really discuss, which doesn't happen very much right now, then I'm trying to keep it in the back of my mind, kind of out of it, and just focus on the players that are here right now.
The most immediate thing on Kyle Shanahan's mind, probably Saturday's game in Tennessee against the Tennessee Titans as the 49ers opened the preseason. Did not sound as if anything was particularly imminent on the Brandon Aiyuk front when we talked with him. Kerry Crowley back here with Tom Tolbert filling in for Adam Copeland today. And Tom, I think that the way that Kyle put it is, look, he understands where Aiyuk's coming from. He has clearly represented that he and John Lynch and the 49ers have represented where they're coming from to Brandon Aiyuk, and it feels like there's no real timeline, at least at this juncture of the negotiations and all of what that encompasses.
Yeah, look, I think he's hopeful, but there are no expectations. I don't think he thinks, I don't know that he thinks anything. I think he just thinks when it happens, it'll happen. And I hope it happens soon, but I'm going about my business. Like, he's the coach. I know he's in on these decisions, but he's not the GM. This is something that John Lynch will pore over daily and try to figure out how to get this thing done. But, Kyle Shanahan's got to coach his team and get this team ready for, as you said, Tennessee, and more importantly, get them ready for the beginning of the season. So that's first and foremost on his mind. But he's not just a head coach, right? He's part of all these big decisions, and they've been through it before. Like, they've been through it, maybe not exactly like this, but they're through it with Bosa, and they're through it with Debo, and then the rest of them that I've mentioned before. So I just think he tries to separate himself from it. Let me go out and coach, and when something happens, I'll know about it. We'll talk about it, and I'm sure they want to get his input on, what do you think about this for the team? What do you think about these draft picks? Or what do you think about these players that we may be able to add this year? But I kind of got out of that is that, like, he wants him. I think he wants him back. Like, he just knows they're better with him. And as a coach, you want the best team possible. That's what you want as a coach. So we'll see where it ends up. I think that's probably the sanest way to go about it is be hopeful, but don't expect anything. You start expecting stuff. Every day you're waking up, you're like all the yo-yos on Twitter. Oh, let me check. Did he sign? Where's he going? 2 minutes later, let me refresh. Let me check. Did he sign? Where's he going? Where's he going? What'd Adam Schefter say? What'd this guy say? What'd that guy say? So you can't do that because as a head coach, you're not responsible for Brandon Aiyuk. You're responsible for 50-plus guys on the team and trying to put the team in the best position to win football games, and that's what he's trying to do right now. So, again, anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's guess right now. That's the one thing about the Niners. Not a lot of information leaks out of there. So we don't know much about anything. And even the guys that are dialed in don't know as much as guys that are dialed in with different organizations may know. So, again, there's a lot of people out there who probably thought, oh, this thing is going to be he'll be in Pittsburgh by Thursday. Well, he's not there. He'll be in Pittsburgh by Friday. He's not there. We could get another report tomorrow over the weekend. Niners close to signing long-term deal. Like, until it's done, this thing can go a number of different ways. They were close once, apparently, and then now they're not. So who knows? Who the hell knows what's gonna happen? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that he has a great feeling for what's going to happen. So if he doesn't have a great feeling for what's going to happen, how the hell are we going to know? How the hell are we going to have a great feeling for what's going to happen?
Well, we entered that saying that that Kyle loves discussing Brandon Aiyuk and all of these rumors and all the speculation around it. You could tell, though, that his voice picked up a little bit when you started asking him about Brock Purdy. And I think it's increasingly clear that Kyle has never had as much confidence in a 49ers quarterback entering a season as he has in Brock Purdy right now.
No doubt.
And that's not to say that, Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle weren't operating on a high level entering 2019, 2020, maybe 2021 together, but very clearly he is so impressed by the strides that Brock Purdy has made. He's given him the leniency to try different things at practice. He wants to see him try different things at practice. And I've said this to you before, but I'll say it again. I think the 49ers are going to throw the ball more this year than they did last year. They were about 50-50 last year. It wouldn't shock me to see them closer to 55 or even 60% through the air, because before you pay Brock Purdy, which the 49ers will do next offseason, you want to see him throw the ball a lot. The 49ers have loved what they've seen thus far, but if you can lighten the load on Christian McCaffrey and you have as much confidence as Kyle appears to have in Brock, I think they'll open this thing up a little bit more this year.
Maybe. Although we know that him and his dad love to run the ball.
They do.
Love to run the ball. So I don't know that it jumps to 55-45. I don't know. Because even if McCaffrey isn't touching the ball as much running the ball, you know he'll touch it out of the backfield catching the ball. So, yeah. And maybe some of it depends on if Aiyuk's here or not. I don't know. But, yeah, it's clear that he has more trust in Brock Purdy than he did Garoppolo. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. And then all the other quarterbacks you want to throw in there, go ahead and throw them in there as well. But really, it's Garoppolo. Like, he has
Let's debate C.J. Beathard, Nick Mullins, and Brian Hoyer.
Let's not. C.J. Beathard, super tough. I always say that's
you
great.
can say that when he got hit 25 times a game.
I go, when that's the first thing you say about your quarterback, that's a great thing, a good quality to have, but I'd rather hear him do a few other things before he's super, super tough. No, he just trusts him. And it's still, I think it was the Tampa Bay game that jumped out to me. I think it was his first year. The Miami game stood out to me because that's when he came in the first quarter, I believe it was. Could have been second. I believe it was first. And he just came in and he was like super calm and composed, and I was like, wow. Like he didn't look like the moment was too big for him. But I remember the Tampa Bay game when they were up like 21-7 or something like that at the end of the first quarter. Could have very easily, they were within field goal range, about 15, 20 seconds left, something like that, maybe a little bit more. And he hit Aiyuk for a touchdown down the left side, I believe it was. And that's one, you got a young quarterback, hasn't started that many games. Let's just go ahead and run it. And if we score a touchdown, great. If we bust one, but let's kick a field goal, go up 24-7, or go up 4 scores. I guess it'd be 3 with the 2-point conversions. Anyway, but he trusted him in that moment, to make that throw, and he paid it off. And there's just something there with the connection that they have. And I think he trusts Brock. Not only does he trust him to take care of the ball, but he trusts that if he sees something, he's going to let it rip.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that Garoppolo always let it rip. And sometimes he would get some goofy throws where it's like, where the hell's that going? But Garoppolo was like, if it was open, Garoppolo was going to hit it. Garoppolo was really accurate, and he was going to hit those. Like I think he takes too much of a beating around here for what he did with the 49ers. I think he was a really good quarterback. There was just a limit to where I think he was going to go. He's not a great ad-libber. He didn't scramble and do the things that I thought he probably could coming over here, because when he came over from New England, I go, he's more athletic than you think he is, but he never really showed that. Where Purdy, I thought the same thing, because I watched him at Iowa State. I'm like, this guy's more athletic than you know. Like, he can run and he can do some stuff, and he has showed that. Like, he has moved in the pocket. He has made some big runs in the playoffs, whether it be against the Packers, against the Lions. Like, he'll get out and he'll hurt you with his feet. So, but more than anything, and we don't really get a chance to see it watching it on TV. It's probably more of an all-22 thing when you see things. I'm sure Kyle sees stuff and he's like, God, that is open. You got to throw that one. You got to let it rip. And maybe Garoppolo didn't. Like, some quarterbacks are careful. And as he said in the interview, like, you can't just throw the ball away because that's the number one stat in winning and losing football games is turnovers. But you also can't be afraid to go out and win the game, too. You can't play so careful that you're not turning it over, but you're not giving yourself a chance to win, like the proverbial playing not to lose. Like, well, we'll let somebody else take care of it. I don't want to put this ball in harm's way. But you know what? If it's a play that's drawn up and it's there, even though the window may be kind of small, let it go. And Purdy does that. Purdy will definitely let it go. So I think you're absolutely right. And we talked about that a year or so ago. Like, he trusts him way more. I remember asking him that. Do you trust him more than you've trusted other quarterbacks? He goes, yeah, I do. And there's a reason why. So I'm excited to see what he's going to become this year. Like, I don't know if he's fully formed yet. I don't know exactly what he is. But I'd feel really safe in saying, look, this guy's not going to he's not going to revert back to what some people think he might be, the last pick in the draft. Like, that's over now. Like, last pick in the draft stuff, that's over. Like, nobody cares when you get to professional sports where you were drafted. Can you play? Can you help us win? And he's proven he could play. He can help him win. He could do it at a high level. So I'm curious to see, like, where he could go. Because I remember last year we were making the Joe Montana comparisons, and I know it's sacrilegious to say that, because I don't think he is. He's not Joe Montana. Like, win a few Super Bowls first, and then we can start having that discussion. Like, he's got a long way to go before he gets there. But I remember talking to Brent Jones about this. Like, there are similarities there that you can see. Just because you have similarities to somebody doesn't mean you are somebody. So, you know, and Joe, I think, was a third-round draft pick, so it wasn't like he was a super high draft pick, and he just had something that was a little bit different. And as you watched him play, of course, we all know Joe Montana now, and during the course of his career, we expected him to do it because, well, he's Joe Montana. Of course he's going to do it. Same with Tom Brady. We know Tom Brady's going to do it, but that wasn't Tom Brady early on. The first Super Bowl they won against the Rams, that was a running defense team. That wasn't a Tom Brady-led team. It wasn't until maybe the third Super Bowl that team was kind of like, okay, Tom Brady's got this. He's got it. He had a nice runway to kind of ease, I won't say ease into it, but kind of like he wasn't asked to do a whole bunch of stuff right off the bat. And by the time he was ready for it, then, well, he was ready for it. And at that point, nobody said, man, can you believe what the 6th-round draft pick is doing? Like when they did against the Rams, like, my gosh, what a story. 6th-round draft pick takes over. Drew Bledsoe gets hurt. But at some point, you stop thinking about where you were drafted, and it's about what you can do on the field. And so far, what we've seen from Brock Purdy on the field is, I don't care where he was drafted. You redraft that draft right now, see where he goes. And I guarantee you it would be nowhere near the last pick. In fact, it might even be a first-rounder.
Might be the first pick.
Could be. Who knows?
Yeah.
But he would be way up there. So I'm excited to see what he can do with this offense and how much better he can get. Because he could be, he could be one of those guys that 4 years from now, if you have a Super Bowl under your belt, people start looking at going, man, you don't even think about where he's drafted anymore. This guy's just one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, you mentioned before that the first adjective that we thought of with C.J. Beathard was toughness.
Tough.
And that's never something you want to think about.
No, not as a quarterback.
Exactly. I think with Brock, for me, one of the first words is fearlessness. Just the way that he's able to rip it. And Kyle brought up in our conversation with him how, hey, he goes out and throws 4 picks against Baltimore, and the next week he comes back, and it doesn't faze him. It doesn't faze him. And you also mentioned Tom Brady, how, by that third season, we all expected him to get it done. We all anticipated that if Brady had the ball and the Patriots were driving at the end of the game, New England would win because they had Tom Brady. I think this year, next year, maybe even the following year are the years where we will determine if Brock Purdy, he will determine if there is that air of inevitability about him in the fourth quarter, in the second half, in these key situations, because I think that's what differentiates the quarterbacks who are really good with the quarterbacks who are great. And so far, Purdy has won a ton of games for the 49ers. He's come up clutch in big situations. You look at the Lions game, you look at the Packers game, and what he did in the second half of each of those games. And if he puts together another season like that, where the 49ers are winning close games, there's going to be that inevitability factor to Brock Purdy that will make the 49ers that much more of a force to be reckoned with. And we'll see it all unfold on the field this year. You know what comes next, Tom?
Is he going to be like Thanos? I'm inevitable.
Exactly. You know what comes up next?
Oh, yes. I can't wait. There's some good ones for you today. Holy smokes.
Excuse me, Flo?
We shall see. On the other side, Mark Spears couldn't find a good French onion in Paris, but we've got some good soup for you when we come back. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Thursday afternoon, KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and free 5G phone. Boom! And the action doesn't stop there. Go on then. I will. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris and Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only. Love sports? You love high def? You love going for the gold? You will love Xfinity.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, we're back here on Tolbert and Copes. The show is sponsored by the Procore Championship, world-class golf in Napa, September 13th to 15th. Learn more and get your tickets at ProcoreChampionship.com. Tom, time for some soup this evening. And before we get to whatever you're going to read out loud that I'm sure is just as captivating as can be, I had some soup of my own a moment ago during the break. There's 3 cop cars outside my house right now. So if I'm taken mid-segment, just know that I paid my taxes last year. So I don't know.
If you're taken, I will definitely call somebody and I'll say, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. But if you do not return Carrie Crowley unharmed, I don't have any money for you.
I'm sure that'll do the trick.
What I do have is a particular set of skills. Really, they're not particular. They're just talking into a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
Give him back. What do you do when you're filling up the gas? When you're at the gas station filling up your car? What's the one thing? There's a lot of things you don't do, but what's the one thing? What is the number one thing you do not do when you're filling up your car with gas?
You don't turn it on. You don't.
More so than that.
Let's see. What's the worst decision you could make around a tank of gas?
Yes.
Probably have some sort of smoking object in your hand, some sort of cigarette or
ding, ding, ding.
Drilling butts.
So we're not even talking about going to the gas station, which, has the nozzle thing in place and everything. Gas does leak out occasionally, but this isn't even that. This is siphoning gas. And my dad siphoned gas
favorite
one
pastime.
time.
Yeah.
My dad asked me, "You want to try?" I go, "Absolutely not." You kidding me? A siphon gas? Yeah, I forget what he had to do it for. I think we're
you conveniently forgot that.
We're boosting a Pinto. No, it was for the lawnmower, I think it was. So he just wanted to get he didn't want to have to go all the way to the gas station. So he goes, "Well, I'll just take some out of our tank, and all I need is like a half a gallon. I can finish No, I think it was you can finish mowing the yard." So he's like, I was like, "Dad, don't worry about it. We're good." He goes, No. You're going to finish the yard. I'm like, "No, really. Don't put yourself out." So we got the gas out of there, and it's just filthy, right? You got to siphon it out and get a little gas in your mouth, and gas is like just awful, awful tasting. So this is a woman that was in a bakery van. And I had the name of the bakery, which was it seemed tasty. Like I would definitely go to that bakery. But apparently she ran out of gas, so she decided, well, ran out of gas. What am I gonna do here? Hey, look, there's a U-Haul truck. I can siphon some of the gas out of the U-Haul, put it in my bakery truck, and we are good to go. And she might have been good to go, except while she was siphoning the gas, she lit up a cigarette.
Resist.
This is hard work. I need a butt. Oh, that's good. Boom. You know how it ended up with the U-Haul. Gone. They said 1, possibly 2 U-Hauls were burned.
Possibly 2. Those aren't things that
I'm not
generally
sure.
speaking, you have an idea of whether they
I don't
are
know
burned or
how they
aren't
didn't
burned.
know. I don't know how they didn't know exactly how many U-Hauls were torched, but at least one U-Haul was torched. It just I'm not sure I'm pretty sure
drilling butts.
Like I've said this before. Like Thanos had it right. I mentioned Thanos, but he had it right. Like that person, if you could snap on that person, probably go ahead. Like, how are you benefiting society? You're too stupid to realize that you can't siphon gas and light up a cigarette at the same time. Like, if you're that stupid, what good are you? What good are you to society? I'm going to tell you, 0. You're no good. You're not good at all. You're in fact, society. No, I won't say it. I would have said society would have been better off if it wasn't just those 2 vehicles. But anyway, so I guess the bakery truck got the gas. She got the mugshot because she's going to jail, arson, first-degree criminal mischief, reckless burning.
They threw the book at her.
Just a slew of crap is basically what it was. So I don't know how I don't know where the bottom line of dumb is, but she's there. I was going to say she's close to being there. No, you're there. If you don't know not to light a cigarette or have any flame when you're dealing with gasoline, how do you help a person like that? I don't know.
I don't think you can.
I don't know.
Siphoning the gas for the bakery truck just in itself from the U-Haul, pretty fantastic little plot
it's great.
there. I mean, if you didn't include the cigarette, this might have been a really compelling getaway.
Well, I'll give her a little bit of credit for ingenuity. Like how do I get gas into this thing? I want to know why she had. Has she done this before? Why'd she have the tube in her car to be able to siphon gas? Like, I'm sorry.
How do you fall into siphoning gas?
I don't have a siphoning tube. I don't have a siphoning tube in my car. Just in case. What's that? A siphoning tube. That, or if I get stuck underwater for. if I get stuck underwater for a prolonged period, I can at least breathe. I can have some air, okay? Or if somebody buries me alive, I'll have my tube with me. I can carry it with me. But yeah, that's my siphoning tube. You have a siphoning tube? Who doesn't? I have a siphoning tube. But if you have a siphoning tube, like if you're thinking that far ahead, then you don't. I mean, you know better than to light. I don't know. That's my question. I didn't see it in the story. My question that I want answered is, where did the tube come from? She was siphoning gas.
Yeah. Somehow these soup stories always leave you wanting more.
They do leave you wanting more. This one leaves me wanting less, actually. Have you ever heard of somebody named Deborah Piaxolo?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Brazilian model?
No, can't
Influencer?
say. Mm-mm.
I love the fact that that's a thing. Influencer. And you know how influencers are. They want more people watching them. They want people watching them for longer periods of time.
Sexy.
How did she? You know, I won't say. I mean, she's fairly attractive. She's a lot more attractive if she didn't smear her own feces on her face.
Oh,
and I'll say that right now. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's her new beauty tip.
When do we go to break, Tim?
Fecal ass water. Fecal face mask. Yeah. She decided to take her own crap and rub it on her face.
That sounds
I mean,
pretty
forget
gross.
about all the testing that Estee Lauder have done. What are some other ones? L'Oreal. As you know, not huge on the skincare. I go to Sephora all the time, but other than that, like she just said, you know what? You guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to take my own scat and just rub it on my face. And doctors have said, you know, that's not great. I don't need to hear from the doctors because all I need to know is if you put something on your face and you're using it as a facial and you have to take a clothespin and shut your nose so you don't smell it, that's not a good thing. That is not a good thing. So she decided, she said, look, no more flaking. I'm like, no more flaking.
Goodness.
Of course everything died. You put crap on your face. Now, that's one where I would like to know the application. Like, did she dig that out of the toilet? Did she
use a grown woman to dump in a sandbox?
Sometimes these stories leave you wanting more. Sometimes they leave you wanting even less, Tom. I have no questions. No follow-ups here.
I'm going to make you work for this one, Carrie.
Oh, my goodness.
She said her skin has stopped flaking. Yay! Your skin has stopped flaking. You got crap on your face. You have your own crap on your face. And you go in for a kiss. You're like, hey, what's up between your teeth? I know that's not kale. I know, isn't it? It's just absolutely disgusting.
It's going to induce the same reaction from me in a moment.
I figured you'd enjoy this one.
I'm not far off.
I figured you'd enjoy the... Now, I don't know what's worse. I mean, I'm going to let you answer this one, Carrie. What's worse? If you had to give yourself a fecal facial,
yeah,
is it
that.
worse your own or let's say your dog's?
Oh. There's no answer here. There's no answer here.
Okay, what about this one? Your own, or let's say grandma.
Again, oh my gosh, that vomiting soundbite is not going to be something that Tim has to click a button to play. You're going to hear that in a moment.
Grandma, don't flush. Don't flush.
Oh, Tom.
I'm going to be right there.
Tom, this has gone on too far, too long. Yeah.
Okay, let's leave the family out of it. But yeah, I'm thinking it'd be worse if it was a dog's. I mean, at least it's yours, right? It's your fecal
You've
matter.
invented this debate.
I have.
No. There's one person in the world you might need to ask
I'm debating
for an actual answer. This is a choice that zero people are making. Somehow you turn this into a debate.
But if you had to,
again, no one has to do this.
They don't. Well, somebody did it. This influencer app. They don't have to do it. She decided to. She voluntarily.
That sounds
did
pretty
it.
gross.
Yeah. Now, my guess would be, I'll leave you with this one. My guess would be, if you could come up with a nice, firm stool, you can use it kind of like you can use it kind of like a piece of coal, and just like smear it on, kind of like the eye black. You just like put it on, you're good to go. So that might be the way to go.
Maybe.
Okay, we've lost Carrie.
Yeah.
We've lost Carrie. Who do we got for who's on after us before Carrie just like turns his camera off and leaves? Greg Silver.
Greg Silver.
What about Greg Silver's crap or your crap?
Greg Silver.
Yeah. Let's let Greg answer that.
We'll see if Carrie's still with us. He might just ditch his show. I wouldn't blame him. I absolutely wouldn't blame him. But we'll see if Carrie's still with us as we get ready to welcome in Greg Silver. He's going to take you up till 9 o'clock here on the Sports Leader.
'49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan will join Tom Tolbert myself today at 4:50. Listen to that interview live here on KNBR, YouTube, and Twitch.
Greg Silver.
All right, as we await the arrival of Greg Silver, this is just a PSA for everybody. This is not for Kerry Crowley. This is a PSA for everybody out there that if you decide that you want to do the fecal facial, make sure the night before you do it, eat a healthy amount of granola, because then you get that grit. It's kind of like a Dr. Squatch type thing. There's exfoliating properties that come along with it as well. So that's just a little tidbit for everybody. Greg here? Hello? All right, let me ask you this, Kerry, as Kerry backs away from the microphone. Where are you at with this Giants team right now? Because I told Copes, I go, get a 5-2 road trip, and then I'll start believing that this team can get to that 85, 86 wins, and they did. It was a circuitous route to get to those 5-2, but they got to 5-2, and now you get the White Sox. Now you get the A's. Now you get the Braves, who aren't playing great ball. Now you get the Tigers, and I'm not so much worried about the Padres and Diamondbacks right now because there's still 2 months left. It's still a long ways to go in this season. Not quite 2 months, but close to it. Where are you at with them right now? Because they still have a few teams to jump. But they did what they needed to do on this road trip, and they got themselves above 500. And I hate to assign any wins to this team because they're not that good where you go, oh, that's a win, that's a win, that's a win. But if you're playing pretty good ball and you got this schedule lined up for you right now, it seems like this is the time to really make a move. And I don't know if I'm a big buyer, but after the 5-2 road trip, I'll go ahead and be a dummy and buy.
Yeah, I think that they're still a supremely flawed team. I think that the odds are still stacked against them to make the playoffs. But by going 5-2, they gave themselves some hope. There's still no margin for error. You can't have a game or two where you're leading in the 8th or 9th inning and Camilo blows it, as we almost saw happen today. Yep. Well, he did blow it today, and the Giants offense bailed him out in the 10th inning. But you have to take advantage of the schedule right now because the September schedule is brutal. You're going to be up against the Diamondbacks. You're going to be up against the Padres, not to mention the Orioles, the Royals. The final series of the season could actually mean something because the Braves are in free fall right now. They've lost 5 in a row. If the Giants take 3 or 4 from them next week at Oracle Park, then we're talking about a real race. Then we're talking about a race that includes the Mets and the Cardinals. Yep. And the final series of the season is against the St. Louis Cardinals at Oracle Park. So the Giants would love for that to mean something. And by going 5-2, they've at least given us the possibility that it could mean something. I think 3-4, you're probably very much out on their potential. 4-3, you're saying, okay, we kind of know what this team is. 1 step forward, 2 steps back every single time. These aren't good teams that they beat, but the Tigers are bad. The A's are bad. The White Sox might be the worst team ever assembled, and they come to Oracle Park for 3 games. And so there's an opportunity here. I'm not getting anyone's hopes up. I'm not saying that this team is going to do it. I'm just saying that the chances aren't as bad as they could be given the moves that the Giants made on July 30th, the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think we said going into this road trip, they need to go 12-7, 13-6 in the next 19 games. Well, they've gotten off to a 5-2 start, so if you're going 13-6, now you're still looking at a pretty robust 8-4. But the schedule lends itself to that type of record. And again, I agree with you. They're completely flawed. There's no doubt about it. But all these teams are to some extent. So, you know, this could have been the Diamondbacks, Padres hot streak, and they'll cool down at some point. But I said, give me the 19 games. But really, it's got to start off with the road trip. Now, they took care of the road trip. Now can they put together and look, the Braves do not look as formidable as maybe you once thought when you looked at that schedule. That's why looking at schedules is always, a little dubious. Like, well, I don't know exactly what they're going to be. And the Braves are scuffling right now. They just got rolled by the Brewers at home, and they haven't been playing great ball. So, obviously, I've been saying it over and over and over again. And I'm with you. The 4-3 would have been. It would have seemed to me like, that's who the Giants kind of are. They're just They can't quite knock somebody out. Maybe they'll get a decision. Maybe they just kind of squeak by on a road trip. It's like, well, that was okay. It didn't necessarily put them out of the chase, but it doesn't really help. Well, the 5-2 helps and gets you some momentum heading back home to where, again, these are teams that I don't think 8-4. Again, that's tough. That's 6-6 ball. That's really that's getting after it. But White Sox, A's, Tigers, and then kind of a scuffling Braves team right now. So we'll see. And they've been good at home too. They've been good at home this year.
Much better at home.
Yeah. So we'll see where it all shakes out. I believe. Speaking of shakes out, I believe Greg Silver is alongside. What's going on, Greg?
What's going on, guys? How are you? How are you feeling about the Giants? I can't decide if I'm upset or kind of happy, I guess.
Upset? Why would you be upset?
Yeah.
Well, they've just been dragging us along back and forth. It's like Camilo Duvall blows the save. At that point, you kind of lost my soul a little bit. And then they win, and it's like, okay, Mark Canha, Bay Area legend, Michael Conforto.
Bay Area legend.
Still above 500. Yeah, you know what, Kerry? A's, Cal, now Giants. He's earned the title in my book.
Yeah. They got their Bellerman pick yesterday. Mark Canha, Kevin Franzen, Washington Nationals broadcaster, and Pat Burrell, Giants Giants hitting coach. They were all there together in D.C., so Bay Area legend.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, look, I think this is where we talked about this at the beginning of the year. Just hang in there. Hang in there and try to get the pitching staff healthy. Well, they have the pitching staff healthy now. And Snell's been incredible. And Webb just had a couple good starts. And Ray's been really good. And then we'll see, where Birdsong and Harrison are. But as far as 4-5s, there's not a lot of 4-5s that are better than those two, even though they're young and untested. But I mean, you put yourself in a position, and I think this is kind of what they were hoping. That if we can hang around long enough and have a healthy pitching staff, and see if that can carry us to the playoffs. So I don't know. I'm kind of, like I said, I'm kind of buying, not heavy, kind of a light buy on this team right now. But they've got the 7 games. Let's see how they do the next 12. What do you got going on tonight, Gregory?
Well, we're going to go pretty Giants heavy in the first hour. Hope to get some calls on behalf of our good friend Bill Lasky, who's out tonight. But talk about the Giants, that wild 5.5-hour affair. Talk a little bit about Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe some news will break at this rate. Who knows? Anything can happen anytime. And then, we're going to get Tracy Sandler on the show at 7. Dalton Johnson will join us at 8:15 to talk about the other big headline of the day, Jason Tatum, DNP.
That's what everyone was focused on from this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. No, in all honesty, that was one of the all-time moments in the illustrious career of Steph Curry. I know it wasn't for an NBA title, but if we're just talking about legacy and times where he has demonstrated the killer instinct, that is right up there for me. That was incredible.
Yeah, no, I agree. When you start talking about moments he's had in his career, that is definitely one that we brought up. Well, if you're going to talk Giants, you want phone calls, just say Camilo Duvall, yay or nay.
We did it last night, and most of the calls were yay.
Do it again.
Yeah, do it tonight. Let's
run
see.
it back.
Yeah. Look, I've run that back for an hour. In fact, I'd run it back for 2.
All I got to do is ask Bill Lasky that off the air, and I get like 7 phone calls worth there. So
there is no doubt. I think, again, they might have a problem there, and they might have to figure out what to do with it. Have a great show tonight, Greg.
Thank you, fellas.
All right, man. And Greg doing yeoman's work today, too.
Screw you, Greg.
A lot of shifts today, so thanks, Copes. Trying to give the guys some kudos, and you come out of nowhere, top rope, didn't even know you're here out of the clouds, and just say screw you, Greg. But that's fine. Carrie, as always, a lot of fun doing the show with you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll see you Monday. We're back in action. So
are we?
Looking forward to it. Yeah.
Oh, dang. I guess I know what I need to do over the weekend, though. See if I can get some more fecal stories.
Let's do that. I'm here until 5:30 on Monday for sure. After that, who knows?
Then I'll have to start earlier then. I'll start at 5.
There we go.
We'll be good to go. Cop cars dispersed now? Everything good there?
I have no idea. I'm going to go find that out right now. So
okay,
we'll see.
Put the latch on your door, okay? Don't just walk out there to see what's going on.
Oh, no. We're going to walk right into the chaos. So we'll see.
Fantastic. All right, Kerry, I'll talk to you, man.
Sounds great, Tom.
All right, coming up, Greg Silver. We'll take you right up until 9 o'clock. And I don't know why I said weekend. I just jumped ahead to Friday. I don't know what the hell I'm thinking. There's another day as the Giants play the Tigers tomorrow. So I just jumped ahead to Saturday. Like, hey, have a good weekend, everybody. Wait a minute. I'm back tomorrow. So thank you very much to Kyle Shanahan. Thank you very much to Mark Spears. And thank you very much to Matt Barrows. Oh, Matt Barrows. Thank you to Derek. Appreciate it. It was a wild day. And thank you to Tim. Thank you guys for all the efforts, because today is just, it gets goofy with the rain delays, the stopping, the starting, the guests, and everything. And the show went on seamlessly. So thanks, fellas. Always appreciate it. All right, coming up, Greg Silver's going to take you right up until 9 o'clock right here on The Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. I've been driving my Pilot now for, what's it been? 10, 12, 13, 14 years? Can't even remember. I've had 3 or 4 different iterations of the Honda Pilot, and the reason I keep going back to the Honda Pilot, I love it. First off, it's roomy. I'm 6'8". I need room. I have room. Got room for the kids. Not that they're kids anymore. The adult kids and their kids now. I have room for all the gear. I have room for everything. So room number 1, great gas mileage. I get to get regular gas at the pump. That's always a nice bonus. But then all the added goodies that go along with it. Navigational, the safety features are fantastic. And it's fun to drive. So if you are in the market for a great midsize SUV and a great deal, they're happening right now on Honda Pilots and every other Honda model at your NorCal Honda dealers. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Greg Silver.
What is going on? Thank you, Greg Papa. Thank you, Tim. I am Greg Silver, your host on Sports Phone KNBR, taking you up from 6 to 9, filling in for Bill Lasky. Bill is a little bit under the weather today, and if you plan to call, rather, to talk to Bill Lasky, well, you've probably talked to me before. I am one of the producers of Extra Innings on the weekend, and Bill and I have a wonderful relationship, so I'm wishing Bill all the best, as hope he's feeling better and can get back to his normal routine over the weekend. What a day. What a chaotic day. Which I guess is a good thing, you know, when you're going to talk about sports for 3 hours in the evening. We're going to talk Giants for the most part and take any calls you have on the Giants for this first hour. Before I get you teed up for what we got for the evening, I want to tell you all that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. Metal made easy. So the Giants today had a 3-hour, 26-minute game, which would be long in these new rules with the pitch clock and everything. And that's not even counting the 2 hours and 2 minutes of 2 separate rain delays. A 5.5-hour affair, essentially. And it was actually so long that I was here behind the glass working in the morning to run the board for the Giants game. And I had to leave in the top of the 10th because when I found out I was hosting, I had to take just a little bit of a break before I came back here and didn't even finish the entire thing. I really left about 5 minutes after everybody's least favorite moment of the game, and that is Camilo Doval giving up a 3-run homer with a 5-2 lead in the ninth to extend the game after it was already a long, long, long time. So if you want to call in tonight, I'm Greg Silver. The phone number is 415-808-5627. That is 808-KNBR. We got Cole in the house. We got Casey in the house. Going to have a really fun evening with you all. And the Giants are over 500, everybody. They're sneaking back into the wild card race. 3 games back. This game had a handful of good and just painfully ugly. It's just kind of been emblematic of a good chunk of the 2024 season for the Giants. Well, the good is, if you heard the crossover between myself and Carrie and Tom, I said Mark Canha, Bay Area legend, Cal guy, go Bears, A's, cross the bridge. Now comes to the Giants at the trade deadline and does something that the Giants really haven't done well at all, which is timely hits and runners in scoring position and being clutch. And he had a double to score 3 runs and break a 2-2 tie, and that was awesome. And then Michael Conforto did very much the same thing to give the Giants another chunk of runs in extra innings after Brett Wisely started the extra RBIs going with an RBI bunt. So that was some of the good. I do like the resilience of this group in general. Susan Slusser mentioned around the trade deadline and the All-Star break that when it came to innings 7 and onward, the Giants were actually among the top of the league in runs scored, which is pretty crazy for a 500 team. They do have some exciting wins. They've had a good handful of walk-off wins, which I know our morning show, especially Marcus Boucher and Brian Murphy, of course, have touched on a lot. Then there's also the rough, and I'm talking about Elliot Ramos breaking bats in multiple ways today. He had a broken bat single, but he also snapped a bat on his knee after a strikeout, and then he had one of his less delightful swings of the entire year on a changeup that was way outside. We also had Bob Melvin getting ejected, which I'm not saying that's Bob Melvin's fault. Umpire Stu Sherwater made a horrific strike 3 call in the top of the first on Mark Canha. Bob Melvin's now been ejected 5 times this year, which is the most among managers in the National League. It's second most among the entire league behind Aaron Boone of the New York Yankees. So Bob Melvin got some shelter, a nice strategic ejection, Cole, to stay dry. And, you know, Bob Melvin, he's a smart guy. He's been around this game a long time. Actually, the manager with the most active ejections right now, total, is, to no surprise, Bruce Bochy, because he's been around for so long, and we love Boch in the Bay Area. I want to ask you this and give you a chance to call in on our phone line, 415-808-5627, or text in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Question 1, what are your thoughts on Camilo Doval? And question 2, what's the best outcome for the Giants in the regular season here? It might be a strange question on the surface because the goal is always to win as many games as you possibly can, but let's bring in some other layers. So for those who are not as familiar with me at KNBR, I do a lot of our Dubs OT, Just Dubs shows, producing for John Dickinson, covering the Golden State Warriors throughout the season. And at the Warriors' end of their season, the one thing that I took away as comforting, I guess is kind of a strange word to put it, but it was kind of comforting. There was no delusion in what that team was. They were a number 10 seed. They did not sniff being a game away from the playoffs. There was no sense of, but if just a couple things happened, they were so close to making a run. So that's one angle. You know, is the best outcome for the Giants making the playoffs to get some of these young players postseason experience? Your Elliot Ramos, your Tyler Fitzgeralds, who have been red hot. Is it finding a red hot streak, extending upon this 10-3 run that they're currently on, with the lack of strength of schedule that they have coming up, and maybe building some clarity and hope for next season? Maybe you do feel good about the pitching rotation, making the playoffs or otherwise. Is the best outcome missing the playoffs to avoid those delusions? Because this team is so hot and cold. And is it missing the playoffs so that maybe there are changes to the front office and or roster? I want to hear your thoughts, and we will take a break shortly, but we got Hector on the line out in Tracy who's got some thoughts on Camilo Doval. And Hector, I appreciate you taking the time to call in this evening. I don't want to leave you waiting. You're on the Sports Leader. What is happening tonight, my friend?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Camilo Doval, he's just up and down too much. Last year, his ERA is too high, and he just you can't really rely on him in a crunch situation to, get a save. So I called in about 3 weeks ago, and Giants ready for the trade deadline. So I'm not comfortable with him. So maybe they have some options what to do with him. Maybe they get somebody high value in return. And then also for the outcome, I think it's going to be borderline. I think they might have a chance to squeak in. I think one of Canada's gave them a spark, and so did Encarnacion. Fitzgerald, obviously. Chapman's been hitting lately, some home runs, and so I think they have a chance of getting in. So if they keep on getting some good outings from Snell and Logan Webb, I think they have a chance. They could muster getting in a playoff spot.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Hector, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. Listen, at the trade deadline, I had a chance to go on air, talked about Camilo Doval. We had Chris Rose on the show, and Chris Rose said he would lean against trading Doval. I agreed with him at the time of that statement, but the one thing I can't deny, and couldn't even deny well early into the season, to Hector's point, is it's really hard to trust. Ryan Walker came in today. I felt great about it. I have felt great about it all year. I think Ryan Walker had a case for being an all-star on this squad. But very happy for Logan Webb and Elliot Ramos for getting that nod. Camilo Doval, he's got 22 saves on the year, but among those 22, a good handful of those have got to feel very rocky, whether that's providing a leadoff hit, walking the batter, a pitch clock violation, a near pitch clock violation. His head isn't fully there if it's not strike out the batter or bust. And so I get it. And we're going to continue to take your calls on the other side. Also, a basketball-related announcement as we continue to get your thoughts on the Giants. 415-808-KNBR. I'm Greg Silver, and you are listening to Sports Phone on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
After multiple rain delays, the Giants finally won 9-5 over the Nationals, taking 3 of 4 in the series. For everything Giants, keep it locked in here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Here it comes. He hits a high drive along the left field line, going back toward the corner. Conforto at the wall. It's gone! Unbelievable. He hits a 3-run homer. A 3-run rally, gift-wrapped from Camilo Doval, who just could not throw a strike. He walked 2 guys, and then he had a 2-strike count. And then gave up the 3-run homer. What a nightmare.
Oh, it was a total nightmare. I was sitting right in the other room as it was happening in real time. And sometimes the thing about the radio, and I know you all know this listening to KNBR, sometimes you just hear the crack and you're not 100% convinced, but you could be about 97% convinced that you know that one's going well over the fence. And that's exactly what we were feeling in the bottom of the 9th there as Garcia hit a 3-run shot that was, in the words of John Miller, gift-wrapped from Camilo Doval. 415-808-5627 to get in on the conversation. I'm Greg Silver, filling in for our good friend Bill Lasky tonight. And I want to go to Jeff in Roseville, who's been waiting through that break and has some thoughts on the very pitcher who threw that pitch that resulted in a bomb. Jeff, you're on The Sports Leader. What's happening tonight?
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing good. Thanks, Greg. I'm just really frustrated with the ball. He's like you said, he doesn't have his head in the game, and then he doesn't cover first base on a ground ball, and he gets behind the hitters and walks a bunch of people, and then it sets the table for he's blown a lot of saves, and it just doesn't go good to me.
I know, I totally hear you, Jeff. And there is a real contrast between a good calm and an alarming calm. And I think we saw a prominent Bay Area athlete have an incredible calm today. That was Steph Curry and what he did. And we'll get to Team USA and escaping Serbia to get to the gold medal game a little bit later on today. But Camilo Doval is calm, and that's a quality you want in a closer. But you need to be focused and locked in. And I think what we've seen throughout this season, Jeff, is it's not that. You mentioned not getting the ground ball, sometimes not being aware of the pitch clock. And I don't want to hear any excuses about, oh, the pitch clock is a relatively new thing. No, if your job is to go out in the 9th inning and end a game, you got to be locked in on every variable possible. That kind of just comes with the territory. And Duvall has world-class talent. He can throw at triple digits. He's got mean stuff. And I mean mean. I love the way the light show gets the crowd riled up. And it's great when it's great. But it hasn't been great enough times. Now, Jeff, I want to ask you before I let you go, what do you see as the ideal move for Camilo Duvall? Is it keeping him in the bullpen but just not in a closing situation? Is it trying to deal him elsewhere eventually? Like, what is the current present desire with a player like Camilo Duvall as he's worked through these frustrations?
I think they should make him a setup man and put Rodriguez as a closer.
Yeah, okay, I like that. And thank you for the call, Jeff. You know, I've thought about closing potential. Jordan Hicks, I don't know, just because when he went into that starting role, to his credit, he did a fantastic job in that role, being the second most innings pitched behind Logan Webb, I think, and Logan Webb won that by a landslide, just to illustrate what an MVP he's been to this team, to their ups and downs at this point of the year. But look, it's like the stats speak for themselves to a degree. He was 17 for 21 at the All-Star break with save opportunities. But when you start having the questionable moments, even if he ultimately is credited with the save, you're asking yourself questions like, is this sustainable? And maybe this isn't a perfect analogy if you're listening, but the best comparison I can come up with for immediate short-term Giants knowledge is kind of how I felt about the bullpen and those opener games last year. The Giants were hot in May. They were hot in June. They swept the Dodgers down in LA. It was awesome. And it was fun. And John Brebbio was out there doing the first inning of games. And then you could see what you could get out of Sean Manaea. And the bullpen got tired. And it wasn't sustainable. And yeah, I know the Giants at this point last year had a better record than what we're seeing from the 2024 Giants, but at least you have a pitching staff you feel good about. You just got to find the right pieces, especially in the bullpen. I think starting, you decided to keep Blake Snell. Seemed to work out pretty great so far with the no-hitter. Birdsong is very popular right now, and rightfully so. You know, he had a rough game. It happens to the youngsters. You're going to have the mistakes with the youngsters. Harrison, in his first full year as a starter, generally really pleased with, and Logan Webb has been Logan Webb. A couple of chime-ins on the text line as well. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We got 669 saying, need to trade Duvall. If you tried to move him to setup man, he'd cry so bad and would become a worse locker room guy. That actually does touch on a point I brought up on these airwaves about 3 weeks back. And that was, if Camilo Duvall, for all his world-class talent that is hard to replace, if he has a relationship with Bob Melvin that is way worse than is being led on, or if he is a bigger head case than is being led on, I see a strong reason to get out. 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is just a correction on a previous text. And 415, great to hear you as well. Thank you, Stunna, and always pleasure to have you chiming in on the text line. So 415-808-5627 is the phone number if you want to chime in. Appreciate the calls we have had thus far. And it is interesting. The Giants are above 500. Are we happy? Should we be happy? I guess I'm happy. And there is a part of me that really appreciates the fight and resilience of this team, especially if you want to be on the I like the young guys train, because I do like the young guys of this team. And I'm willing to accept some growing pains, but what's hard is when it seems like the franchise isn't fully committing to that direction, and then you're trying to also have the young guys come along. And let's also be honest about it. To some extent, trying to do this appropriate two timelines thing, which keeps getting brought up for more than one Bay Area team, holds the young players back. Tyler Fitzgerald, once Nick Ahmed was off the team, kind of opened the door for Tyler Fitzgerald to not be so stressed out. and he went on a crazy run. That's been really fun. He led the game off with a double today. I love everything about the kid, and the stealing bases adds an element of something that this team really doesn't have outside of Tyler Fitzgerald. So all in all, I like it, but there's also a petty and cynical part of me that kind of was hoping they lost after Duvall gave up that home run to Garcia, because it is just a little bit of misery. By the way, 408 back chiming in on the text line, talking about Brian Wilson and Camilo Duvall in similarity, or would I say the versions of chaos are different? That's a really good question, 408, because I can see where you're coming from with some similarities, but I think if I'm going strictly on the mound and what I've seen right now, I mean, there was something magical about Brian Wilson, and you're always going to look at things with rose-colored glasses when you look back, and he was part of the 2010 World Series. He closed it for a franchise that felt like it was impossible to win. Torture and torture and torture, and then Brian Wilson was the guy. Duvall has had some nice moments, and he was an all-star last year, but ultimately, he's just been more frustrating than not this year, and I think the chaos is a negative chaos in that there's a lack of focus, and the headspace is somewhere else, and when he's locked in, it's great. But I just don't know if Brian Wilson, it was necessarily the same. He was more eccentric off the mound and had a really bright personality. But when you're responsible for closing out a World Series and bringing a championship, I'm always going to look at it different than someone that just hasn't done that for the city. Let's go out to Jake in Rockland, who has some thoughts on Duvall of his own. Jake, how are you?
I'm good. How are you tonight, Greg?
We're doing great. I appreciate your time on The Sports Leader. And what is on your mind, my friend?
Thanks for having me on. So, I'm not a huge fan of Duvall. I mean, he's got elite stuff, that's for sure. I wish we kind of would have dug deeper on trying to get a trade for him during the trade deadline, because we would have got a lot for him, I feel like, just because he does have elite stuff. I mean, the guy, he can pitch. I think it's more like you kind of touched on with the mental, he's kind of lackadaisical up there with the pitch clock, and he, to me, we got a crew of players that are all like working class players. We don't have a ton of superstars, if any, besides the pitching staff. And it's just, he doesn't really seem to fit in. I don't know if it's his thing, like he wants to get paid and he wants to get paid like a superstar. If he feels like he should get paid like a superstar, because I'm pretty sure he's due for some money pretty soon. I don't know if it's this year or next year or whenever it is, but I just feel like he isn't in the same mind state as everybody else and grinding out and, trying to make this team win by, that's just kind of my feelings I have towards his mind state. Another thing I have is I have a bigger concern with second base. I mean, I'm kind of over the Casey Smith. I think maybe he needs to go down and maybe get some more at bats and get some confidence back. Maybe get Brett Wisely some more time at second. I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, thanks so much, Jake. A lot of really good stuff in there. Before I let you go, I actually want to ask you a question, and then I'll kind of get to your full package. You talk about the mental aspects of Camilo Duvall, which I touched on beginning of the segment. Things like velocity and physical stature, it's kind of hard to really improve or teach or coach. Do you think that this is the kind of thing with Duvall that can kind of be forced out of him and he could be the best version of the player that we know him to be? Or do you see this as like I don't want to sit around and have the patience for that?
No, I definitely do. And I think the kid has great potential. I mean, he's still young and he's got a great arm. I don't know what it is that's kind of holding him back. I don't know if it's like if he needs somebody to kind of mentor him. I don't know if there is like a mentor for him. I don't know if it's like a language barrier kind of thing or if like what it is there. But I feel like if there was somebody there pushing him to kind of like speed it up a little bit, get some more, aggression out there and show a little bit of emotion, don't get too crazy with the emotion, but, put your heart in it and make it seem like, you're playing to win. I think that would go a long way for him, just personally. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great stuff in there, Jake, and, really intelligent thoughts on a player that is conflicted, and I think it's fair to be conflicted for yourself. Like, Camilo Duvall has great potential. You don't just get guys off the street that can throw 102 when it matters in the ninth. But then you also have elements where it's like, okay, this is not worth my blood pressure and my heart rate, and I'm just trying to watch or listen to a baseball game. And I'd like to think if it was 5-2 in the ninth inning, I can just relax against a young, rebuilding Washington Nationals squad. By the way, quick note on his contract. Camilo Duvall did decline a big contract extension with the Giants. This was from Elijah Turner back on July 16th. So right now he is on a one-year deal worth $770,000. Interesting thing to keep your eye on depending how the rest of this season unfolds. I see Bob and I see JT on the line. We're going to take a short break, and I will get back right to the phone lines and to you. Feel free to keep those calls coming. Tracy Sandler joining us at 7 o'clock, and we are rolling here in the evening hours of a Thursday because, yes, Tom Tolbert, that's what day of the week it is. I'm Greg Silver. This is Sports Phone KNBR, and you're listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He came back with the slider after seeing a few fastballs. And for once and for all, he puts it into it. And the Giants have won the getaway day game. And they take this series 3 games out of 4 from the Washington Nationals. And it was not easy, that's for sure, especially in the late innings today.
Well, gimme shelter, Rolling Stones. Cole behind the glass knows exactly what's up. By the way, you can watch us on YouTube at KNBR 1045 and twitch.tv/the Sports Leader. Also, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It's not just the Bay Area. You can access us worldwide. I love the YouTube chat, by the way. I'll go in and just hang out there if I'm producing a show or if I just need to kill time at home and avoid things like vacuuming or randomly wiping down the bathroom sink or things that you should do, but it's also do I really have to do it? And chat regulars, always love the chat regulars. I see my friend, hey yo, rockin' New Era 84, Ebe here. What's going on? Oh, we got Tacky in the house and a good handful of others. So listen, this has been a fun evening. I'm Greg Silver. I'm taking you up to the 9 o'clock hour. And this first hour has been all about the Giants and Camilo Doval. Final call you just heard coming in, which was a happier moment than the 3-run homer that forced it into extra innings in the 9th. Real quickly, before we get back to the phones, by the way, it was announced within about last 30 minutes or so, the NBA Christmas schedule. We've got Spurs at Knicks, so the Wemby hype is enough for a Christmas game. We got the Timberwolves at the Mavericks. I think Anthony Edwards and Minnesota absolutely deserve a Christmas game and a Western Conference Finals rematch. 76ers at Celtics. It's about to be expected for an East Coast. Nuggets at Suns will be the night game. And then the fourth game, yeah, you guessed it, Lakers at Warriors. Will either team be that competitive? I don't know. We'll see. That's a problem for October. But let me tell you something. After watching Steph and LeBron, among other players today, yeah, they're deserving of a primetime slot. I don't care if your team is a play-in team or on the outside looking in. You got to enjoy those careers while they're still around. So it'll be at Chase Center December 25th. Wonder if we're going to go to that game. Maybe I'll be right here waiting with open arms for JD to connect to his Comrex and do a little harmonic Christmas or something. Anyway, that's all problems for late December. Let's get back to the phone lines and talk to JT out in Oakland, who's been waiting on the line. JT, how are you this evening? You're on the Sports Leader.
I'm doing good. How about you, man?
We're doing fantastic. Appreciate the call.
Glad they won, but I don't know if I'm completely ready to get rid of him, but I'm close. And you said something very interesting. Is he a head case, and do him and Melvin have something going? Because to me, it looks like he forgot how to be a pitcher. He's turned back more into a thrower. He's not hitting the spots, and he just kind of, I don't know. It seems like he might have a little bit of a tude. And I think it was 2 games ago when he pitched, and he didn't look good. He walked a couple of guys. And after the game, the way that Bailey greeted him was like, Jesus, man, what is up with you? It was really weird. And then you said that about Melvin. I'm wondering, is there more to this? Because he looks like a completely different pitcher.
Yeah, and JT, just to be clear to everybody, the head case thing and the Bob Melvin thing, that is just pure speculation on my end. That's not a report. That has nothing to do with any credible source that I've talked to. It's just kind of an interesting vibe I'm getting because I do agree it's just picked up on a little bit of weirdness that wasn't there last year when Gabe Kapler was managing the team. And the reason I bring up Bob Melvin is because he's not going to be going anywhere in the short term, unless disaster strikes. I guess never say never with professional sports and everything, but I think Bob Melvin's probably here to stay. I think you can't necessarily expect him to have figured everything out here in the first year, although I'm not saying he is exempt from all blame. But yeah, there's a weird attitude thing, and I've seen it with Bob Melvin a little bit. I've also seen it possibly with some of the teammates, like you're mentioning with Patrick Bailey. JT, before I let you go, I want to ask you something that I was asking some of the previous callers, which is, what do you see as the ideal short-term fix or maybe just Band-Aid for a situation that's becoming, frankly, a little strange?
I think we have 4 guys out there in the bullpen I have more confidence in than him right now. Both Rogers, Miller, and Sean Jelly. I have more confidence in those guys closing games right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, JT, thanks so much for the call. Call the way from the other side of the bridge in Oakland, and please continue to call, whether it's me in this chair or Bill Lasky or Kerry Crowley or somebody else. We always love our evening callers, and that's why I don't want to keep Bob and San Mateo hanging on any longer. Bob, I appreciate your patience and waiting through that break. You're on The Sports Leader. How are you this evening?
Greg, love the show. You need a little bit more airtime. Your call screener's a stud. Had me call back. I called on a different line, called back. We talked about the game. Told him I had no life because I watched every pitch of the game. When Duvall came in, you knew that something was going to happen. He's got something different about him this year, and I hope Bomel just gives him the hook, moves him down to the 7th or 8th. They need to have a shakeup in there. It should be automatic that he comes in the 9th inning and closes these things out. Like your last caller, I don't know, Jelly, but, maybe Miller, maybe one of the brothers come in and close out a few games just to shake him up, light a fire under his you-know-what. Because it's not working. Maybe it's because of his body language. What do you think? It just seems like he's bigger or better than everybody. I don't know. Something's gone to his head. Something is not right. But there definitely needs to be a shakeup. Especially there's no room for mistake. We really got away with one today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, really good insight, Bob. And actually, that's a really interesting point to bring up when you're talking about attitude. Because as you're kind of laying out that thought, I'm sort of thinking to myself, would moving him down to the 7th or the 8th be a little bit of an attitude and maturity test? And I'm not trying to, sound like a 4th grade teacher, but I do substitute teach. So kind of makes me think of my day-to-day life a little bit sometimes when do some handling elementary schoolers in the morning and hitting buttons and talking about sports in the evening. I don't know. And maybe that's effective. If Camilo Duvall, if it gets worse, if you move him down, maybe that kind of tells you some information you need to know. And maybe it goes well. Maybe there's an attitude change. He realizes he's not taking his spot for granted. It teaches him how to lock in different kind of situations. I actually don't hate the move either, because I think it will tell you information that you can't necessarily get otherwise. And to 925's point on our Golden State Lumber and Materials text line, Duvall acts like it's his job instead of a sport he loves when he's out there on the mound. And I think that's fair to say. I do, because we don't know exactly what's going on, and we're not around Camilo Duvall. And I do believe he's got a great competitive fire and is probably hard on himself like any great competitor. But body language does speak. I mean, look at Jay Cutler as an NFL quarterback. It was always like, do you really want to? I don't know. Is it that inspiring? I think body language always counts. Bob, before I let you go, you said you watched the whole 5.5 hours. And by the way, Cole is a stud, doing an awesome job behind the glass. So making my life really easy out here. Were you doing anything else during that 5.5 hours? Like, was this a good multitasking day? Or were you just like, I'm going to lock in and dedicate myself to this team, and if they win or lose, it will define my day?
Okay, here we go. Ready? I got it set up where I got 2 big screens, one in the kitchen where I can look at both of them at once, one in the family room. And, I put on definitely the NBA perfect, greatest players in the world getting their butts kicked for 3 quarters, right? And this was all happening at once going into the 4th, where they didn't miss a shot. Thank God for our boy Curry, right? And then I got the other screen going on with the Giants, where here comes the ball, and I said to myself, there's no way they're going to go ahead and win this. I was worried about winning the game once he gave up that 3-run jack. And for them to pull that game out, especially with Canna coming in and having that hit down the line, I mean, it was beautiful. Are you kidding me? Here they're in a position to go ahead with who they got. They got Detroit coming up. They got a bad the Brave team right then they got the White Sox. The next 10 games is a make it or break it. You go 9-1, which is very doable because the Braves are a mess. You can get back into the thick of things because Arizona and San Diego and the Mets, they're not going to keep playing at this rate that they're playing at, and they got to be playing tougher ball games than we're playing in the next 10 games, right?
I mean, one would think when you look at the schedule, and Bob, you sound like my type of guy with that setup. That's basically what we were doing here in the KNBR bullpen today. You had hoops on one screen, Giants on the other. I got to a point where I'm like, do we still got to keep paying attention to this Giants game? Like, this is electric. This is one of the best Olympic games I've ever seen, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But, Bob, please call back anytime. That was one of my favorite calls I've ever had on the Sports Phone program, and really good insight there on Camilo Duvall, too. So, yeah, a lot to mull over. And, man, I don't know. He is an enigma, and Eve here says it on the chat. Here's the deal, everyone. You can come for my head. We're going to talk a little bit about Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers. And I know I am also a little bit over the news that has become no news, but I'm not doing this alone because I don't want to blab about Brandon Aiyuk and the contract situation by myself. I want to talk to someone who is a friend of the program, knows more than I do, and is great energy at all times. I'm talking about Tracy Sandler, who's going to join us at 7 o'clock. So if you're in your cars or in your house or you got two TVs rolling, like our friend Bob out in San Mateo, stick around because Tracy Sandler will be on the program in about 7 minutes. I can't wait for it. Cole, how we feeling? Before we get to break, what's your vibe on the whole Duvall thing?
You know what? He got the win today.
Okay, so he's a glass half full kind of guy.
I'm still going to pull for the guy,
Yeah.
That's what we got. Yes, you could say Taylor Rogers could be a better closer. Maybe we'll move down, but I'm an optimistic. I'm going to take this optimistic take, and let's roll with him,
Making good use of the airtime. To be a glass half full guy. The Cole is a positive guy in general, so I appreciate the sentiment and the take as well. On the other side, a little bit of Niners talk. What is this drama? Can we just get through the preseason? And Tracy Sandler will join the show. I'm Greg Silver. You are listening to Sports Phone KNBR on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
'49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan will join Tom Tolbert myself today at 4:50. Listen to that interview live here on KNBR, YouTube, and Twitch.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, I hope it is sooner than later, but right now, I mean, I don't have any expectations. That's kind of how I stay. That's how I stay sane and focus on being a good coach for our team. You know, if I sit there and come in every morning and expect something to happen and sitting there just waiting on and thinking about it, that's when I won't do my job the right way as the head coach of this team. So I hope it does. Man, that would be awesome to wake up one day and know we have this solved. But I try to come in each day, and unless there's something relevant or something that has happened that I got to be a part of and really discuss, which doesn't happen very much now, then I'm trying to keep it in the back of my mind, kind of out of it, and just focus on the players that are here right now.
I want to take more breaks so I can get more rejoins from Cole because he nails the music and the vibe every time, and it's awesome. Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. Metal made easy. You're also listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And third, we got a guest on right now who knows a lot about the Niners, which have been getting, rightfully so, a lot of attention. She is the CEO and founder of the Fangirl Sports Network, on the beat for the 49ers and a friend of the program. I'm talking about Tracy Sandler, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Tracy, thanks so much for doing this on a little bit of a shorter notice today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's always great to have you here on our airwaves and KNBR. And before we get into Brandon Aiyuk, 49ers drama, and all the things that have been tossed around as news that's not necessarily even news sometimes, I've been looking at everything you've been posting, and can we all just take a little bit of comic relief in the fact that Jerry Jones is not worried about CeeDee Lamb's contract extension, and CeeDee Lamb dropped a nice little LOL. Like, it could be worse over here in the Bay Area.
It definitely could be, but I guess CeeDee Lamb now took America's team out of his bio. So when CeeDee Lamb scrubs his social media and requests a trade, then things are really happening. But that was pretty funny that he has no sense of urgency, and week one is a month away, and he has no sense of urgency to sign CeeDee Lamb. I tweeted that it's objectively funny unless you're a Cowboys fan, in which case you're not objective on this. But the whole thing is so ridiculous, but kind of on par with how the Cowboys have been recently.
No, that is correct. It is objectively funny unless you're a Cowboys fan, and then you don't want to talk to anybody for at least 24 hours. I don't know, maybe longer. I don't know how they operate. But listen, I know you're heading out to Nashville for the preseason, and this is kind of an interesting time for the Niners. The preseason's not what it used to be in terms of players getting reps. Christian McCaffrey's not going to be playing, and a whole lot of stars are not even going to touch the field because Kyle Shanahan is going to see it as pointless. But is there anything in particular you are looking out for, whether it be a position group, a certain player, or just kind of new rules like the kickoff, for example?
Well, the kickoff rule, I think, is going to be the most interesting thing about the preseason game, and probably about many of the preseason games, because we'll get to see it in live action. The teams will be learning on the fly. I mean, the Niners special teams coach Brian Schneider has said multiple times during training camp that it's going to take all season to really get this down. So that will probably be the most interesting part of the game. In terms of players, you know, you don't see the stars, but there are a lot of guys fighting for their jobs and fighting to be backup and third string. And so I think a group that I find interesting is the offensive line, especially because, and it's been kind of overshadowed by Brandon Aiyuk, but Trent Williams is still holding out. And though I do believe they will make that work, seeing some of these other guys on the offensive line will be interesting, especially Dominic Pooney, who's done really well in camp and who's kind of emerged as a potential offensive line star. So I think it'll be cool to see him in the game. We'll get a look at punt returners. Ronnie Bell, of course, is one of my favorite ones, and he's had an incredible camp at wide receiver. So this is a guy who needs to have a good preseason to solidify his spot on the team. And so I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit of that because there are a lot of guys really fighting for their jobs, especially on a team that for the most part is pretty set.
Tracy, I want to ask you about Trent Williams because that is probably the larger focus if we're looking at elite players at a position that's harder to find, a franchise cornerstone in the NFL. That is left tackle. That is Trent Williams, one of the best to ever do it. And he's getting older, and he wants more money. I don't want to ask if Trent is going to be a 49er because I think that this is a really smart front office, and they understand that they got to maximize this window, and ultimately they'll get it done. What I am more curious about is, do you think there's going to be a fallout from the holdout, as we saw with Nick Bosa in the first part of last year, or as impacted Deebo Samuel in the past? Maybe a lesson Trent Williams is still much better than a Jalen Moore, but is that a concern at all for you?
Well, it's interesting because Chris Furster was asked today how long it would take Trent to ramp up, and he gave a lengthy answer, but the crux of it was he doesn't really know, and it depends on the player. I would imagine Trent Williams, like Nick Bosa was, is conditioning, is staying in shape. I don't think he's going to get to camp, out of shape, but Chris Furster made a very interesting point that the most tired he sees any player is after the first half of the first game of the season. No matter how much conditioning they've done, no matter what has happened, it's when they're the most tired. So do I think that there might be a little bit of setback? Probably, because Nick Bosa is, 25, and he had a little bit of a slow start to the season. Deebo Samuel, by his own words, he thought he had a trash season. I can't remember the exact word he used. And he's in his early 20s. Trent Williams, I believe, will be 36 years old when the season starts. So, I think he'll be fine. And Trent is a professional. He is, one of the best at his job. He's been doing this a very long time. But I think that's always a concern when a player is not at camp, because camp is also not just about getting reps and getting in shape, but also you don't want to go into a season not having been at camp and then you get injured in week 1 or 2.
Yeah, not to mention that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say with Brandon Aiyuk, I think that's a real concern at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking to Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network on the UMA guest line, and before I cut Tracy off in my very unprofessional manner here in the 7 o'clock hour, what I wanted to get at was, what do you make of these last dance undertones that have been tossed around after another Super Bowl heartbreak? It's like, on one hand, the most important position on your team is young, and he still has room to grow and get better. So in that sense, you're in a good spot. On another, he's getting a big contract up in the next offseason, and you can't pay all these good players. Does the last dance thing, is that something that resonates with you, and does that add a layer of drama and frustration to the Brandon Aiyuk holdout?
Oh, I think absolutely. And I think, it's probably not the last dance because, like you said, they have a young quarterback. They're going to have probably either Charvarius Ward or Diamador Lenore on defense. They potentially have Fred Warner. They have Nick Bosa for a long time. So they're going to be good. But by the same token, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, they may not be there next year. Maybe Fred Warner isn't. You can't pay anybody. So what I do believe is the last dance with this group. This is the last window for this group to come together and win the World Series. Sorry, you see where my mind is, and win the Super Bowl. And that's what I look at it with the last dance, because even if they're good, and I do believe they will be for several years to come, they're not going to be the powerhouse that they are now. I'm not convinced, and time will tell, that they're the powerhouse that they were last season. I think that was a grueling season. I think that was their best team. And, we'll see. A lot of those guys are back, but we'll see if they are that powerhouse. I do think they are the best team in the NFC still, but the Eagles made some changes. The Lions made some changes. The Packers are getting better, so they have a little bit more competition. And I don't think the Rams are as bad as everybody thinks they are. So there will be competition in the conference. Like I said, I do think they're the best team in the NFC. But, yeah, for this group to stay together, it is the last dance. And we're already seeing how hard it is to keep everybody together in the year when everybody is under contract and should be able to stay together. So
that's a great point. And I want to ask about something a little more intangible, but it kind of relates to what the first hour of the show has been about for us. And we're not going to talk World Series because then we're going to be really sad as the Giants flagship station. And we don't want the team that you root for as any part of that as a reminder of what this team has been here in 2024. But we've talked about the body language of some of the players and how that can be pretty impactful, even if you're seeing it from way far away or through a TV screen. The Niners have a tough climb ahead of them. Another Super Bowl heartbreak. Players are getting older. They play a really physical style of football. How has the vibe been from the players with a new season on the horizon, knowing that they got a long way to go to get back to their ultimate goal?
I think the vibe is they know what the goal is. They know that this is the last time they can probably do it all together. They don't like publicly talking about Super Bowl windows, so to speak, but they know what's ahead of them. They know it's hard. I mean, I think we saw Deebo Samuel tweet a month ago, you guys don't realize how hard it is to get to the Super Bowl. It's really hard to get to the Super Bowl, and they know that better than anybody. Do they think they can do it? Absolutely. Do they think they're still the best team in the NFC and potentially the NFL? Absolutely. But they know it's going to be hard. I think they're excited about it, and they're up for the challenge, and they'd like to win it. But they certainly know that this is not – it's not a foregone conclusion that the 49ers go back to the Super Bowl. And I think sometimes as spectators and fans, we can forget that no matter how good you are today in August, let's pretend Trent Williams comes back tomorrow and Brandon Aiyuk, they find a way to figure it out. And so now they have the whole band back together again. No matter how good they are tomorrow, there's so many things that can happen between now and February. And so that's the thing that they have ahead of them. And I think that's one of the most heartbreaking things for them about losing last year's Super Bowl. They went through so much. And the year before, they went through so much. So there's excitement to get on the field. There's excitement to get the season started. But they know they have a tough task ahead of them for sure.
Tracy Sandler is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line here on nice little 7 o'clock hour on Sportsphone KNBR. Tracy, I want to ask about a discussion that was going around with our staff today as it relates to Brandon Aiyuk and maybe some of the fallout if he were to end up on another team. And that is what you see as his true replacement for this run, because I think Ricky Pearsall, the first-round draft pick, is obviously the pick to be kind of that long-term replacement, the big upside, someone that Kyle Shanahan already really likes so much to where he said that Pearsall's game reminds him of himself as a player, which I don't know if Pearsall necessarily needs to hear that. He'd probably rather hear John Lynch say something like that, but that's beside the point. I almost think that the short-term replacement here is Juwan Jennings, who they did not necessarily have to bring back. He signed a cheap 2-year deal, and this guy had a case to be Super Bowl MVP at one point on a nice little day, partway through it in February. What do you think about, if Aiyuk is gone from the team, your expectations for both Pearsall and Jennings?
Well, I think Jennings does so much for this team, and I think he does more than is realized, or that is very obvious, in watching a game. I think he'll become more and more important for this team. If there's no Brandon Aiyuk, in theory, they're going to get somebody back that they think in a trade they would think would be his replacement. Whoever they get is not going to be even close to Brandon Aiyuk, but they can make it work. But Juwan Jennings becomes an even more a part of this offense, and he does potentially have a chance to really shine, because on another team, he's maybe wide receiver too. So I think it is a real opportunity for him to shine. With Ricky Pearsall, it's a little hard to tell just because we really haven't seen him healthy yet. In OTAs, in minicamp, he had a blue jersey on. He re-aggravated a shoulder injury the other day in camp, and so he's out for a little bit. So it's hard to tell because right now we don't know if he can stay healthy, and that's one of the things with Brandon Aiyuk. He's missed I'm trying to think about it. I'm remembering one game that he missed last year, and it was a Thursday night game, and Kyle Shanahan said if they'd played Sunday, he would have played. So that is something to think about, because you don't replace Brandon Aiyuk. You just work with what you got, and Kyle Shanahan is a genius coach, and he can scheme around it, but you're not going to be able to replace Brandon Aiyuk. He's a top 10 wide receiver in this league, which is why they really should try to figure it out. And maybe the ship has sailed on this, and I think it has been kind of a mess and bungled, but he's really good. And he was really the guy that the team saw as their wide receiver one for the next several years. So if they do end up losing him, everyone has to step up. But I don't think we really know who can replace him yet. And I think Ricky Pearsall very well could end up being a really great receiver. We just don't know yet. And Brandon Aiyuk is a really good receiver.
Tracy Sandler joining us kindly. A couple more minutes with her, and those are some pretty great points. Big topic of the morning show today with John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach was pretty rare to have negotiations for an all-pro player going around this late into the offseason. Khalil Mack was brought up as an example of last time someone that caliber was getting dealt this late into the offseason, but this is not something that is very common, and the 49ers have a level of urgency like you've touched on. Tracy, before I let you go, looking at the schedule, there's never an easy Sunday in the NFL, right? Like Urban Meyer's Jaguars beat Josh Allen and the Bills, so nothing is a given. But even on paper, the 49ers schedule is far, far, far from a cakewalk. Just a quick glance as you go from September through January, and I don't know if you necessarily have it in front of you, but are there any games that really stick out to you as ones that could be maybe better than expected or maybe give the 49ers a little bit more trouble than probably expected?
Not necessarily that. I think a week that is going to be really interesting is the week going to Green Bay and then Buffalo back-to-back with Thanksgiving in between, because you're going to have two really tough games in the cold. That's a brutal travel schedule. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they do in those games and then how those two games affect them the rest of the season, because I think that has the potential to have quite an impact just because you're going, like I said, cold places, tough teams, tough places to play. So that to me are the two that have kind of stood out to me in terms of what may impact them farther into the season beyond just those two games.
That's a great point. I know that's going to be a week that everybody's looking at on the schedule, and I'm not trying to put any bad vibes in the air, but when you look at where it all turned for the Philadelphia Eagles season last year, it's kind of around that time of year when the 49ers went in there and punked them and ended Big Dom's sideline campaign for the regular season. So, yeah, that's going to be a big week. I agree that a lot of teams in the NFC are theoretically getting better. I think the Rams are not to be taken lightly, especially as a division opponent. I think that the Chiefs is a big game, obviously. Packers have a lot of potential. You got to play the Bears, who probably won't be quite that good yet, but certainly a revamped offense. What was that?
But don't forget the very, very terrible Bears. I mean, granted, it was the rain in Chicago, but the very, very terrible Bears did beat the 49ers week 1 a couple years ago, and now they have a young, exciting quarterback and a young wide receiver, and so that's a game that you can't take lightly, because also these are players that they're not going to be so familiar with.
Yeah, I think of that one as the Dante Pettis game, which I'm sure Kyle Shanahan would exile me for, but that's for another day. Tracy, listen, thank you so much again. I know it was a little bit of last minute, but your insight is always appreciated here on the KNBR airwaves, and have a great time out in Nashville.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Tracy Sandler is the best. You can follow her on Twitter. I just had it up, and then it got flooded with other content. Tracy FGSN, founder and CEO of the Fangirl Sports Network. On the other side, I'm welcoming calls about Brandon Aiyuk and what your desired outcome in all of this is, or maybe your desired outcome is just news. Maybe you don't want breaking news that is not news. And you know what? I'll accept that answer too. And I'll still take calls on Camilo Doval and the San Francisco Giants, because Mike, one of our good friends and dedicated callers, has also been waiting on the line. So, Mike, I promise I will get to you shortly on the other side. 49ers, Giants, heck, call in about anything. Let's have a nice chat on a Thursday evening. I'm Greg Silver, and you are listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
You match 4th down with them. Bunch right, Aiyuk, Jennings, Debo. Debo goes in motion left. Return motion behind. Handheld play action, a roll by Purdy. Purdy get a pump throw for the end zone. Caught by Brandon Aiyuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Aiyuk is on fire!
Oh, week 13 against the Eagles. That was a fun one, wasn't it? That was when the game all changed, by the way. 4th down touchdown. Rough start for the 49ers, but their defense was able to curb the damage, and they were only down 6-0, and then Brandon Aiyuk got on the board, and it turned into a massacre. Big thank you to Tracy Sandler, who just joined us, talking about the 49ers and everything that this offseason has entailed. Listen, I welcome calls on the 49ers on 415-808-5627 or 808-KNBR. Also chime in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, or you can catch us on twitch.tv/thesportsleader or YouTube at KNBR 1045. But we spent the first hour of the show going in on the Giants. Their very bizarre and drawn-out 9-5 win today over the Washington Nationals in a wet and rainy nation's capital. And I've been taking a lot of calls on one player specifically, the guy with the blown save, Camilo Doval. And we got a couple of people on the line. The one who has been waiting very patiently through the Tracy Sandler interview is our good friend Mike, who's out in San Francisco right here at home. Mike, always good to talk to you online or now on the air. What is happening, my friends? You are on The Sports Leader.
Right on, Greg. Pleasure to meet voices finally.
Absolutely.
How are you this evening? I'm glad you're on.
I appreciate it. I'm doing great. It's been a chaotic day, which I think is a good thing when you got to talk about sports in the evening. It makes it fun. It's really good to engage in conversation, and I thank you for calling in.
Well, thanks so much. I'll get started. I have a few things to go through, but won't take long. Camilo Doval, first time I saw the man pitch, gave him the nickname Wild Thing, and judging by what we've seen gently, I'd say he is, and the nickname stuck. But I understand y'all tonight, and in general, I just believe in Camilo Doval. I think he's going to get it back together this season as well. He had the opportunity to get back under a 4 ERA today, and was one pitch away from it. Closer, such a tough job. You don't even have to get a loss. All you got to do is have a tie game, and you failed your job for the day. I'm just asking for some patience from the Giants fan base, because I think the guy's a Hall of Famer, and I don't want to see you guys run him out of town, for one, and that's just being completely honest. Or regret, for your sake, cutting the man down when he's having a hard time. And I understand we all have our voices and our opinions. So that's the least I'll say about it. But as far as the coaching staff goes, I really didn't enjoy and haven't enjoyed seeing the whole staff standing up on the edge of the dugout the last few of his appearances. I think when you put a light show together for a man, he's going to go through some changes in his mentality, and making him feel like that, I can't vouch for that. But I want to leave you with this. Dennis Eckersley, Brian Wilson, Trevor Hoffman, and Lee Smith, all the best closers you've ever heard of. They had seasons where they had over a 4 ERA, and they got it back together. So, I just wanted to put that out there, and that's about it, my friend. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely, Mike. Call in anytime. Really appreciate you joining, and really good insight that is a little bit of the other side of the coin. We haven't heard quite as much tonight, and I appreciate the empathy and the optimism that we just saw from Mike. And look, I'll go as far as to say this, and where I really do appreciate what Mike said and agree with him, is not trading him at the trade deadline. I stand by as the right approach. Now, maybe you can move him around. You don't have to have him closing in the 9th. You see if moving him to a different inning in a different spot ends up helping him in the long run. I think that's totally fair to do if you're Bob Melvin and this coaching staff and you're trying to make a push at the wild card. It's a hard position to be in when you don't give yourself a buffer. We saw it with the Golden State Warriors this year. And then we saw the other side of it with the 49ers. They started 5-0, and then when they got a little banged up and had a 3-game skid, they recovered fine and ended up locking up that number 1 seed in the NFC. So with Camilo Doval, I do think there is room and time to work through some things. I don't know if you have to do exactly what has been the formula with the whole light show and closing in the 9th and putting him in positions where he's been struggling as of late, because this is a kind of a cutthroat business at times. But that doesn't mean that it's got to be black and white, or you go as far as to, we don't want him, or he has nothing to offer us. It's just, all right, where can we make some adjustments? And I am in favor of moving Camilo Doval around based on the fact that there have been some inconsistencies and rocky finishes, even if he ultimately gets the save. The data has compiled enough for me and the eye test to where I'm okay with experimenting with it a little bit, but just pulling him down or sending him to Sacramento, I don't know if I'd call that the right solution. Let's go out to Gary in San Ramon, who also wants to chime in on the current Giants closer. Gary, you're on Sports Phone KNBR. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, Greg, enjoy the show, and nice to hear your voice on the radio. I know you've done a lot of work for JD, and hopefully we'll hear you again on this program.
I appreciate it, Gary. And yeah, please continue to tune into our dub shows, because JD and I have gotten a little bit of healthy separation. It's like when a married couple gets to go out with their own friend group for tonight, and we reconvened for a podcast this week, and it was great. So really excited to get back to that. But what's on your mind in regards to the Giants and Camilo Doval?
Well, it's a complicated situation. Obviously, I've just been listening to all the viewpoints tonight, and he's very talented. The stuff is electric and can be electric. Right now, he's lost his command. And so what I'm looking at is what has changed. And what has changed is the coaching staff. Andrew Bailey, I believe, was the pitching coach last year. And the Giants were top 11 in ERA. And looking at the most recent stats, despite Farhan's proclamation, the Giants are still 22 with 4.3 ERA as a team. So not to blame the coaching staff, but I think maybe it's a different voice that Camilo is hearing. And so I think, like you suggested, Greg, I think we got to maybe move him around, give him an 8th inning job, or it's up to Melvin. I mean, he knows the situation better than anybody, and so whatever Bob wants to do and the pitching coach wants to do, I think it'll be fine. But he's definitely a talent, but they got to find a way to get his command back, and I think that's coaching.
That's a great point, Gary. And I can't remember if I had this conversation on the air, but I definitely had it off the air with our guy Walter Capacetta, the producer for Papa and Lund, and also the voice you hear on the Giants warm-up show a lot on the weekends. And this was at the All-Star break, and it was a lot of Giants superlatives, like who's the team MVP so far, what's the biggest disappointment, and then it was who or what are you most looking forward to in the second half of the season? And my answer to him was, I'm looking forward to how Bob Melvin manages this team and, frankly, this bullpen, because as a guy who grew up probably rooting more for Oakland sports than San Francisco, although, to be fair, I always supported both the A's and the Giants. It was never a cutthroat thing for me. I'll admit it on the air. I was both. Derek Papa's going to get mad at me, and everyone in the bullpen's going to get mad at me. So a friend to all is a friend to none. But all that aside, I've gotten to watch Bob Melvin manage for a good chunk of years, and he has been a second-half manager, and I am excited to see what he does and how he adjusts, and if he gets a little bit cutthroat in some respects. And this is the most glaring area right now in Camilo Doval on the mound in closing situations where I think he would be cutthroat. He's opened the door for some of the young players. Part of that has to do with the trade deadline. Love what I see from Tyler Fitzgerald. Elliot Ramos has obviously been an incredibly pleasant surprise. But Bob Melvin has some control here. And I think JD actually said this, which was a little bit of a morbid point, but it was, if you think of most of the good things that have happened to the Giants this year, it has not been by plan. Elliot Ramos flourished in the center field role because Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt, which was not planned for. Hayden Birdsong was not supposed to be cracking the rotation at this age and being a popular player, but here he is right now. So, Gary, I'll ask you what I've asked everyone else to kind of leave this conversation on. What's your short-term solution for Duvall? Is it what you said earlier with moving him to a different inning, or is it give him a few more chances at the ninth before you got to hit the panic button?
I think you got to work with him to try to find out what his release point problem is with the command. And like I said, that's coaching. But for the short term, I think you got to shorten his leash. You know, he gets a guy or two on in the ninth, he's got to come out of there. You know, and that's what should have happened today. I thought with the way he looked walking those two guys. And then he gives up that 3-run homer, you know, with a pitch that wasn't where it was supposed to be. But my other concern with the Giants, Greg, is that the young guys, Farhan doubled down on Harrison and Birdsong, and then he traded Cobb, and with the caveat that said, well, we're going to go with our young guys. But man, I'm really concerned about it because. I think you need a guy like Cobb around here. And I was very unhappy with that move because they waited all year to get Cobb in there. And look at the recent outings for Harrison was a little better today, but his velo was down, and Birdsong just got shelled the other night. So you can't expect these kids to hold up in the heat of a wild card chase. So what do you think about that, Greg?
Yeah, Gary, thank you so much for the call. Please continue to call back. And a couple of things. You know, one, on the release point, that's something that I would encourage you to call in and ask Bill Lasky, because I'm certainly going to have a conversation with him off the air. And, you know, Bill was supposed to be on tonight, just feeling a little bit under the weather. So really hoping it's just a quick thing for Bill. And, you know, we love him here at KNBR and all the work he does on Sports Phones and extra innings on the weekend as well. And I love getting to produce shows for him, too, because he cracks me up both on and off the air. And he treats his people well. So, Bill, if you're listening to KNBR, I'm sending you the best right now. And, yeah, you know, Gary, what you said about the awkwardness of the quote-unquote two timelines is something we touched on a little bit earlier in the show, which is, well, how deep are you going to dip your toes in the water of committing to young players and accepting growing pains, and you might lose some games and you might miss the playoffs versus, oh, you know, but we also are taking this track of, you know, maybe we can make the playoffs, and maybe if you're Farhan Zaidi, you can save your job. And I am someone who believes that not everything is Farhan Zaidi's fault. I am not a Farhan Zaidi apologist by any means, but it's very easy to blame Farhan. Here's where I will go in on Farhan, in addition to a lot of the things that have been said over and over. What he said in his presser at the trade deadline kind of felt like he was taking as many paths as he possibly could to ensure that he might save his job. Like, well, look, what about these young guys I drafted? They came along nicely at the end of the season, but also we're keeping Blake Snell, and he's been great. So maybe we make the playoffs and I can hold on a little bit longer. And I think that a lot of Giants fans are frustrated, and rightfully so, and they just want a little bit of clarity. So, Gary, I appreciate you bringing that up. Continue to call in on Sports Phone, and great call. Like, we've had a lot of really good ones tonight. So here's the deal. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to come back, continue to take calls if you got them. Maybe talk a little bit of Niners. Maybe talk a little more Duvall. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to chime in. And then in about 15 minutes, we got a little 5-1 Olympics edition before Dalton Johnson joins us at 8:15. And that is next. I'm Greg Silver, and you are listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I mean, you want resolution for sure for him and the team, but at the end of the day, there's nothing, nervous energy. There's none of that going on. It's business as usual. We understand the situation, and we'll let them kind of handle that from there.
The always calm and professional and all pro in many ways, Fred Warner. Talking about the 49ers holdouts, little Trent Williams, little Brandon Aiyuk, little Greg Silver on Sports Phone, taking you up till 9 o'clock. I got Cole and Casey with me. Done an awesome job. I got to admit, I thought this was going to be a disaster working with these two. But the first hour 45 has actually been totally fine so far. So it just goes to show everyone, keep an open mind out there. All jokes aside, really good to be here and be with you on a fine Thursday evening. A little bit of Olympic talk coming up on the 5-1, and then we're going to catch up with Dalton Johnson after. Look, I know that wasn't for the Golden State Warriors, but that is a career-defining and career-adding moment for Stephen Curry and what he just did at the age of 36. We were waiting for the Steph game because he'd been relatively quiet in the Olympics, and it's very clear that him being on the court, whether he's hitting shots or not, has a profound impact in games because you're never going to just leave him open. But when he gets going and is still getting guarded and is still tearing things up, oh my goodness, just enjoy it for whatever the Warriors are, because that was incredible to watch while the Giants trudge their way through the mud in a 5.5-hour start to finish in Washington today. Really good call so far on the Giants, and on the topic of the 49ers with Fred Warner right there. Yeah, I mean, I agree. No need to stress out. There's not a lot you can control. A little bit of a side note, by the way. Cole, do you remember last year when it was clear that Trey Lance was not going to be on the team probably because they named Sam Darnold the second string, and then Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch just hid away after that practice, and everyone showed up to practice and was like, oh, where's Trey Lance? And then they just sent Fred Warner to the podium without giving him any information to just answer everybody's questions. And I'm like, man, Fred is handling this like a pro. It made me love Fred, but it was ridiculous and funny all at once. So yeah, Fred Warner talking about Christian McCaffrey. Brandon Aiyuk. All the Niners are getting jumbled in my head here as we get close to the season. That's former teammate Christian McCaffrey. Dare I talk about the Freudian slip of Christian McCaffrey calling Aiyuk his former teammate? Look, nothing's a done deal. It's been hard to read too far into any news, and I think there's very much a window for Brandon Aiyuk to come back. I think that they were negotiating. It was going well before the draft. Then they didn't quite close the door on it. Amon-Ra St. Brown got a lot of money. Brandon Aiyuk now wants Amon-Ra St. Brown money, $30 million a year, AAV. And John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are like, I don't want to pay you $30 million a year. I also think the Niners could just re-engage in all this. And now that everything's stalled, it could be the first time since May or a little bit post-draft. And that's a possibility. Brandon Aiyuk could also decide, per the report, that there was a verbal agreement worked out with the Browns for a trade. And I don't know what exactly that would include. Amari Cooper would be nice if you're going to give up Brandon Aiyuk when you got a chance to win now with this group. And like Tracy Sandler said, I don't think it's last dance in the vein of they're not going to stay good, but there's going to be changes when you got to pay Brock Purdy, and it's hard to keep everybody together in this league in the NFL. And the Niners have a darn good roster. They have drafted really well, or in the case of pick number 262, little luck never hurt. Niners could also just get tired of this, and they could hit a point where they're like, hey, dude, you want to play on your $14.1 million fifth-year option? And I think that's probably the least likely of the options. I would say either they come to an agreement, maybe it's in the $28 million range. Again, we don't know exactly in the weeds and the details of Brandon Aiyuk and how much money he's lobbying for and what number Lynch is willing to offer and what number would get the deal done. That's kind of all being kept quiet after it was thrown out there that 26 was the number in the initial negotiations. Or I think Brandon Aiyuk says maybe it's Browns or Steelers. And there's also the possibility of the Browns and the Steelers just upping their offer. And maybe it's more for the Niners and they add a sweetener in there. But overall, this notion of an all-pro player holding out and possibly being on the move just weeks away from the start of the NFL season on a team that has the urgency to go for a Lombardi right now and was so close to capturing it in pretty heartbreaking fashion in the way it ended. I certainly hope Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers can work something out. I know it's been exhausting. I'm not saying it's the end of the world if they get a trade from Pittsburgh or Cleveland out of it. And if you trade with Pittsburgh, ideally you'd want to get a player back. I know Papa and Lund's discussed with some of the guests they had on that Pittsburgh doesn't want to throw any players in there, and I think they're going to have to. It's kind of a deal breaker. Now the question is, would they throw in players that are not wide receivers? And Jawan Jennings steps up, and Ricky Pearsall steps up, or Tracy Sandler's Michigan Wolverine Ronnie Bell steps up, or Jacob Cowing has a impact as a rookie. I think that's all to be determined. Before we take a quick break and head to 5-1, Cole, what's your ideal Aiyuk outcome? Like, are you over this cycle, or do you desperately want him back?
I mean, I'm kind of just tired of all this nonsense, you know. I mean, I think he'll probably be gone, you know, but you turned down New England, right? So I'm thinking maybe turns down another team, he'll realize what he had, you know. So we'll see, but I'm just ready for some news, you know.
Was that Shrek 3 or 4? It was one of the Shreks. Shrek 5's coming out, I think. Where Shrek has to go back and they change the day where he was born and he's not with Fiona anymore. And then at the end, he has the moment of, I didn't know what I had until it was gone. And I'm watching that as like an 11-year-old just thinking, whoa, that's pretty deep, Shrek. Like, that stuck with me. So maybe that's going to be the case for Aiyuk. I hope it's not. Before we take a break and get to 5-1, I do want to give Willy Wonka on the phone from Redwood City a chance to speak his mind on Aiyuk, because this is the show of the people after all. Willy Wonka, you're on the Sports Leader. What's happening?
Hey, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. Actually, it's Woody Wonka. I'm Willie's illegitimate uncle. But, yeah, Brendan Aiyuk, I just came back from a month trip to Asia, and there was a controversy when I left, and it seems to be more of a controversy upon return. No disrespect, he's a good young talent, but I feel he feels he's worth more than he might be. And there's a classic B.B. King song called You Might Have Made Your Move Too Soon. I might apply here. I say let him go. If he comes back, if the Niners do make an agreement with him, bad blood's really hard to temper in a short time period. And I feel he's more of a distraction right now than he is an asset. But I appreciate you taking my call. I wish the best for him. He did us a lot of good things the last few seasons, but if he's not happy with his contract that he signed, that he doesn't want to honor, it's also about respect. The players these days love to have respect and want to be respected, but I kind of feel management needs the same thing too. Again, I really appreciate you taking my call, and have a nice evening, sir.
Hey, Woody Wonka, I appreciate it. And now we got 2 song references here in this hour. Wild Thing and Might Have Made Your Move Too Soon. I'll say the fact that Aiyuk is showing up, maybe it is a little bit of a distraction, and there's certain aspects of holding out that are better than holding in. I also think it shows a little bit of good faith of he wants to be there and probably doesn't necessarily want to leave the 49ers as his first choice, but we'll see. Maybe some news coming out tomorrow, maybe not. On the other side, it's 5-1 time, and we're going to talk about the sports that are happening like crazy right now. That is the Olympics in Paris. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
And there it is. Wild Thing by Tone Loc. A nice little old school right there. Nod to one of our callers earlier who called Camilo Duvall Wild Thing. We're going to get to 5-1 in just a second. But we got to get to a couple things real quick. First of all, Sportsman KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply. Online at industrialmetalsupply.com. Metal made easy. And, of course, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Quickly out to the phone lines for a little bit of Brandon Aiyuk talk. We got Paul in Petaluma. Paul, how's it going, my man?
It's going wonderful. Thanks so much for having me on. It's nice to have you on as well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I appreciate it. And what's on your mind in regards to this fun Brandon Aiyuk saga?
Well, first, I got to respectfully disagree with the previous caller. Brandon has honored his contract in every way, shape, or form. And second, and foremost, the 49ers have been market setters when it comes to their top-notch players at every other position. And when you hear stories like the Patriots are willing to pay him $32 million and the Niners haven't come up from their $26 million offer in March, it doesn't seem like the 49ers are really operating in good faith. He has every right to be upset, to basically hold in. And, you know, if the Niners aren't going to pay him, he should be able to go somewhere else and get his bag, because he's done everything that the 49ers have asked of him, and he's integral to the offense with respect to his, you know, ability to set the edge and what they do on, like, the zone run and stuff like that. So he's not going to be easy to replace, and I think that they're massively undervaluing him.
I appreciate the perspective, Paul, and thank you for the call. And like I said in the last segment, I think that having Brandon Aiyuk show up is different than holding out. It is a different story. I think it shows good faith. I think it shows he probably wants to be there. And it's not really for me here on 50,000 watts to say what exactly is happening in the negotiations and who's in the right and who's in the wrong. I think the 49ers are, you know, understandably holding their side, but I also think Brandon Aiyuk should want to get paid what he's worth to some degree. And what that number that's being discussed in, I don't know. And that's to be found out in the long run with all of this, but it is that time. And I do have to say, I got a text message from an anonymous source that says, I've been waiting all night for this 5-1. So, Cole, I think all that we have to do is hit it.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Let's count it down. This is 5-1.
You know why? Because I'm number one.
On Sports Phone KNBR.
So do you guys know the Olympics are happening? Yeah, pretty cool. We're going to talk a good amount about that, and especially in this 5-1, because it is recent Olympic headlines edition. A lot to choose from, and pretty good stuff if you are the country of the United States of America. And we're going to start at number 5, and that is congratulations to Katie Ledecky and Nick Mead for being the flag bearers for the closing ceremony for the USA. Look, Katie Ledecky won her first gold medal when she was 15 years old. Here she is 12 years later in her 4th Olympics and continuing to wreck it up, adding 2 more golds and I think a silver and a bronze to go with that as well. So, yeah, that's a lot of hardware for Katie Ledecky. Listen, I got to say, I am a little bit surprised just based on the power of the internet that we didn't get any Steve Nedorozic, you know, the Steve TikTok guy that is the pommel horse bronze medalist for the U.S. He's got his glasses because he's got bad eyesight. He has the meme of just kind of sitting back with his eyes closed. And look, there's a lot of deserving athletes here for the closing ceremony and the flag. Not trying to start a debate about that, but again, I think Steve had a real shot. Like, I really thought Steve Nedorozic was maybe going to be the guy. But let's, before I get to number 4, by the way, from one Katie to another, friendly reminder that Katie Grimes just became the first American woman in history to swim a pool and open water event at the same Olympic Games. And she's only 18 years old. So way to go, Katie Grimes. There's got to be a Katie for every generation moving it forward. And This is incredible to see the best athletes in the world do what they do on a high stage. And now we're going to go to a sport outside of the water because track and field for the U.S. has been looking pretty nice. And I want to start with Gabby Thomas, who just won the gold in the women's 200 meter with 21.82 seconds. We actually got the sound of that right here. Let's hear it.
The double is on the line for Julian Alfred. A gold is on the line for Gabby Thomas. Alfred knows she has to get away from Gabby Thomas to have any chance. She hasn't done that. Gabby Thomas is in control already. Gabby Thomas comes off the turn with force, with power. And Gabby Thomas is running away from the field. It's gold for USA. Gabby Thomas is an Olympic champion.
Incredible job by the broadcaster to capture the excitement of the moment. And if you have a chance to go check out the video of Gabby Thomas's victory, she was just as, and probably way more, on the outside, expressionally excited as the broadcaster there. So Gabby Thomas, just a rock star. And on the other side, we had a big upset in the men's 1500 meter. Cole Hawker pulled off a big one to get gold with 21-1 odds. And sometimes that's all you need is just a chance. Cole Hawker capturing gold.
Hans Kessler wants in on the conversation. Ingebrigtsen. Cole Hawker on the inside. He gives him a little shove and Kerr goes by. Here comes Josh Kerr on the outside. All the talking is over. The world champion is in front. But Cole Hawker's not done with yet. Cole Hawker wins gold. He upsets the favorites. It's gold for the USA.
Incredible upset, incredible life-changing and legacy-defining race for Cole Hawker, bringing it home for USA. And like I said, the Olympics is great because you can just bandwagon just about any and every sport and appreciate the greatness that you see from underdogs or people from our own country right here in the U.S. So that's awesome. I want to get to something that's been bittersweet here in our motherland, the United States of America. But how about the rivalry in the last 2 days between the USA and Australia in water polo? USA men yesterday beat Australia in the quarterfinal 11-10, and goalie Adrian Weinberg made two big saves. Cole, you know how he saved the game winner? With his face. Arms out wide trying to block the shot, and he went head on. Maybe worth the concussion. I don't think he got concussed, but I'm just saying that would be 100% worth it. I'd take a slight disfiguration for a gold medal there, or a chance to win a gold as they move on to the semifinal. So Josh, one of our awesome engineers here in the building at KNBR, was telling me earlier today that his son, his fiance, is Australian, and his son played water polo. I think they both did. So it's been a lot of jarring back and forth, which I think is just an awesome competitive couple dynamic there. And so today, well, Miss Fiance got it right back in the face of the Americans. It was the woman who beat the U.S. in a shootout 14-13 after the U.S. went into halftime with a 5-2 lead, ultimately went into a shootout. And on the seventh round of the shootout with all makes, it was goalie Gabriella Palm, who used her very own palm to be the hero, blocking Maddie Musselman's shot to decide that semifinal. Let's move to number 2, which is more of an unfortunate headline, but Noah Lyles. Love him or hate him, or love him almost as much as Noah Lyles likes Noah Lyles. Look, you can't deny greatness. He loves to talk, but that 100-meter race is one of the best races in the history of the Olympics and probably on any world stage. The separation between those 8 and just under 10 seconds, how close it all went out there. So Noah Lyles, it was confirmed that he competed with COVID in the 200-meter final, which is actually his best event, and ended up getting the bronze. As a result of that, he will actually not be competing in the 4x1 relay now. So his Olympic journey is cut short. And look, regardless of whether you're rooting hardcore for Noah Lyles or you just kind of laugh it off, or maybe the arrogance even gets to you a little bit, I don't understand the point of rooting against him. And I certainly feel for anyone that loses a chance to compete, because you work your whole life for chances like this. And when it comes every 4 years, it's so rare. So The good news for Noah Lyles is I got no doubt he's going to be back with a chance. And love him or hate him, he is an ultimate entertainer, and he has got some flash and some swagger. So heal up, Noah Lyles. And that brings me to number one, which we're going to get into shortly with our friend Dalton Johnson. Team USA survives Nikola Jokic and Serbia. The gold medal game in 2008 in the Beijing Olympics was one of the best Olympic games I've ever seen between the U.S. and Spain. And it made me, that was kind of my light bulb moment, Cole, of understanding that not only Kobe Bryant was a great player, but it was he wants to just completely rip your soul out and then stomp on it 5 times over and make sure you have no possible chance, and he will come for your life on the basketball court. I was missing Kobe Bryant a lot, the late, great Kobe Bryant for the U.S. in the second and third quarters today. But it was LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant who played every minute of the fourth quarter and scored the team's last 13 points. The old men got it done against Nikola Jokic in Serbia. And look, I don't even think I had a ton of issues with the lineups that the U.S. was running out there. Serbia was unbelievable, and the U.S. rode their best players down the stretch. Joel Embiid finally had an awesome game and was deserving of the playing time. And LeBron, Steph, and KD are still the 3 best American basketball players. Nikola Jokic, his impact on a 5-man unit can never be understated. And we'd been waiting for the Steph Curry game. 36 points today. Here it was with a special call from our friends out in the UK.
Rebound knocked away from him.
Hardy maybe got away with a turnover.
Curry, hot hands, didn't even need to look.
Oh, bollocks. This is awesome. Like, I love seeing people experiencing Steph for maybe the first or very limited amount of times. Like, a no-look 3. What is this, Harry? I mean, we're going to talk about that performance coming up with Dalton Johnson and maybe more into the night as we got about 50 minutes left on the show here. But that is our 5-1 out from Paris. The Olympics are great. I'm excited for the Winter Olympics. I think any event that happens every 4 years, such as a major soccer tournament or anything on the world stage, is always worth praise. So U.S. wasn't easy, but they got a chance to do something on August 10th as they compete with Victor Wembanyama, Evan Fournier, Rudy Gobert, Nicolas Batum, and the home host country of France for the gold medal. Dalton Johnson, our good friend from NBC Sports Bay Area. On the other side, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And Steph Curry is, of course, your headliner, the greatest showman in sports on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Curry for the lead. Oh, kaboom! We said we was going to get our Steph Curry moment. 32 for Steph Curry. Largest lead for the U.S. tonight. Bogdanovich. Curry. Coast to coast. 6 seconds left. Micic's going to have to hurry. Bogdanovich puts it up. Short. And the United States, trailing by as many as 17, back from underneath the grave, advance to the gold medal game.
Yeah, that's what happened today in the semifinal as the U.S. storms back to take down a Serbia team that played their hearts out. Greg Silver here on Sports Phone KNBR, taking you up to 9 o'clock. And thankfully, I don't have to do this alone because Dalton Johnson from NBC Sports Bay Area has been kind enough to give some of his evening to talk about, Dalton, I don't know about you, but the best Olympic game I have ever seen in my lifetime. I think that surpassed 2008 Spain versus USA gold medal match.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I had to take my reporter's hat off in that fourth quarter where you're just going, yelling at the TV. I mean, it was sensational. It was epic. It was speechless at the end with what Steph Curry did, what Team USA did, because obviously it could have been a huge, huge embarrassment for Team USA, for Steve Kerr, and Steph Curry. He put his hero's cape on and just saved the day.
Yeah, I mean, this was so fun to watch. I think Steph has always been somebody, and I know you've talked about this with him firsthand, someone who embraces the moment and the biggest stage and never really takes any of this for granted. He certainly wouldn't do that in his first ever Olympics, and finally getting to play with LeBron James and reunite with Kevin Durant and mesh with some of these young stars as well. I want to start back at the beginning when things were not looking so great for this team. They were winning exhibition games, but it was a little dicey, and I know you were out in Las Vegas for their training camp kind of covering them. Just from watching the beginnings of this team to what we've seen and how they've come together now, what's changed in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, you think about the exhibition games, and even before them, like you said, in Las Vegas, this is a team that only won by 1 point against the Team USA select team, against Brandon Pajemski, against Trace Jackson Davis, against Cooper Flagg, right? They won by 1 point in their last scrimmage where Brandon Pajemski tried to save the day. Anthony Davis walked away. And I think that you look at the international stage, and, yeah, of course Team USA should be major favorites, but it's not always talent versus talent. It's talent versus cohesion. You look at a team like, I mean, I was kind of surprised that Germany lost that game against France because they played together so many times. Even with a team like Canada, they have such a history together, and Team USA obviously just does not have that luxury, and it takes time with a Steve Kerr offense, all these things, right? So I think that that's what was so cool about this game, not just obviously Steph Curry's 36 points, but the will at the end of the game to win. And it coming down to those three guys, coming down to Kevin Durant, LeBron James, and of course Steph Curry. So, yes, you have your supplemental superstars, you have your young guys, but it coming down to those guys is what really kind of set it off for me, because it takes time, and you see how much it means to these guys, because, again, they do not have the luxury of playing together like these other countries do.
That's a great point, Dalton. And just watching that fourth quarter, obviously Steph, LeBron, KD, the first ballot Hall of Famers, legends, played the entire game. They scored the team's last 13 points. And frankly, I was in major approval of the lineup that the coaching staff decided to ride down the stretch. You had those three. You had Joel Embiid, who was incredible today, playing by far his best game, and you needed him out there defending Jokic. And then you went Devin Booker over Anthony Edwards. And look, Booker has had a great Olympics and earned that spot. Today he was a little bit so-so, but you went with the more mature player that has played in a little bit bigger games. And overall, I liked it. And I thought it was the right five-man lineup to ride. I want to ask you what your assessment of the coaching is, because, of course, in the Bay Area, the spotlight's going to be on Steve Kerr as the head coach of this team. And I think not just Steve, but all of these guys, Mark Few, Eric Spoelstra, Ty Lue, these are incredible basketball minds. And to me, a lot of what has been pointed to as a problem has been a little bit blown out of proportion, as it can be on the internet. I'm not saying there are no criticisms, but what's your coaching assessment kind of just from start to finish in a game today? Like, they had to barely scrape by.
Yeah, I love what they did down the stretch, like you said, with starting the fourth quarter off with those three guys, with Steph, with LeBron, with KD. Joel Embiid, he outplayed Nikola Jokic today. He just did. And if it wasn't for Nikola Jokic kind of pulling a Jamal Murray and missing as many shots as he did today, Serbia probably would be the winners today. I mean, Jokic does what he does. He stuffs the stat sheet, but he was not his same self. Joel Embiid wasn't perfect, but he was efficient, and he was getting after it down low and everything. And then Devin Booker, again, I think that he definitely earned that role down the stretch. I think he's been a really, really good kind of number 2 secondary scorer this entire Olympics. He's impressed me in major ways where I think that he was kind of in the wrong role, obviously, last year in Phoenix. Getting a guy like Tyus Jones makes a lot of sense for Phoenix. But then, yeah, the coaching overall, I was surprised that we didn't see more Kevin Durant earlier in this game. He took one shot in the first half, no points. The bench is really what has been Team USA's, major trump card over any other team, is because they're so deep. They have so much star power. And the bench scored 4 points in the first half. 2 by Anthony Davis, 2 by Anthony Edwards. It wasn't a great first half by Anthony Edwards, so I'm happy that they went with Devin Booker down the stretch. I thought we would see a little more Anthony Davis early on, but again, Joel Embiid was having a really, really good game. So, yes, I think that there's going to be questions. We are in the hotbed in the Bay Area for Steve Kerr. There's things you can go, oh, Jason Tatum didn't play again, and all this, all that. But down the stretch, they stuck with the right lineup. They stuck with their guys, and that's how they won the game. So, again, I think that I agree with you, blown out of proportions. There have been question marks throughout the summer, for sure. And for me, it started off with Joel Embiid. I thought that his conditioning, his fit, didn't seem like it was going to fit as far as with this team, with the roster, with Steve Kerr. But the last few games, Joel Embiid has looked like a different player, and he looks like the player that they went out and recruited for over a year to win gold. And now coming down to France with him, I'm excited to watch that because the boobers are going to be loud with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to say, and we're talking to Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area on the UMA guest line. No Joel Embiid probably results in loss today and possibly a loss to France. That's all to be seen, and the U.S. doesn't have to face that reality. And I think that's a fair assessment. I love Steve Kerr, and I'm a big believer in his ability to problem solve. I'm not saying he has not had faults in the last couple of years, and this is a franchise that has really high standards after being kind of an afterthought for a long, long time in the NBA. So if you're going to be a coach in the NBA, you got to be open to criticism, and that's totally fair. But I do think that for the most part, Serbia played fantastic today, and I don't know if I really would have done a whole lot differently lineup-wise and managing the team. Thankfully, you just have 3 of the greatest players in American basketball history to help carry you down the stretch. But before we get to a little bit more Warriors-centric and Steph Curry and what he did today, after seeing France, who wasn't necessarily expected to make it this far in the Olympics that they're hosting, it's clear that the U.S. cannot be taking opponents lightly. What are you looking for here in this gold medal game in a couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's guys with France that have the international experience. You look at an Evan Fournier. He's a guy who can barely get off of Tom Thibodeau's bench in New York, and obviously has been frustrated with what his NBA career has been recently, but he knows the international game so well. They have those type of guys. And I know that Victor Wembanyama, as far as his shooting stats go, haven't been great, but he's still Wemby. And before we know it, we're going to blink our eyes. In the next few years, he's going to be near the face of the league. He's going to be in MVP conversations really, really quick. So I'm obviously going to have my eyes glued to him and see how they take advantage of kind of the brute strength of a Joel Embiid, but then Wemby has more of the speed. He has more of the athleticism. He can take you out to the three-point range. So I just want to see, again, those in-game adjustments that you have to make, and if you have to just kind of go, all right, we have 3 players that have been the face of a generation down the stretch, why change anything up? So I think that's what's going to be really interesting. We knew Steph Curry was going to have one of these games. It was, of course, going to be in a gold game or in a semifinal game. So I just want to see the in-game tweaks, and especially if, you know, Team USA is down early, because they look like a team early on who had never seen a zone defense in their life, you know, but they made the necessary adjustments. They turned it on in the defense down the stretch, the will to just attack. You saw the brute strength of even a LeBron James too. So I think that, again, it's going to be the little tweaks, but at the end of the day, I just want to see those 3 guys, Steph, KD, LeBron, show again that they are the faces of American basketball, the faces of basketball as a whole on the global stage right now.
I mean, it was so awesome to see how much they all cared, too, how hyped up they were to make that comeback down the stretch. Like, this wasn't just a little side quest for them. They are determined to win a gold medal. And when you talk about those 3 and specifically, Dalton, we're talking about killer instinct. Before we had you on, I mentioned missing the late, great Kobe Bryant and what he could have brought. I was thinking of him in the second and third quarter and how badly the U.S. needed someone like him. Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, LeBron James all have a little bit of that, and that should never be taken for granted.
Never. No, I mean, not to get too, you know, cosmos in the skies by any means, but for it to be 8-8-24, you think about Kobe Bryant right there, right, with his 2 famous numbers. And, yeah, exactly. He was the guy who would have just been staring you down the eyes, staring into Serbia's soul down the stretch. And that's where, again, the killer instinct, that just the way that Steph Curry, obviously we talk about gravity so much here in the Bay Area, right, where even before these games, yeah, he was still affecting games without having to bring on the big-time points. But, again, we know Kevin Durant might be the greatest American basketball player ever in the Olympics. You look at LeBron James. He's willed them to win down the stretch in games that they probably shouldn't have won early on, and test against Germany and even South Sudan. Remember that in the exhibition slates, right? So that's why you have those guys here, because LeBron is going for, you know, this 4th gold medal, and he's the one who really knows what it's like to be a little bit embarrassed by this. His first Olympics was 20 years ago, 2004. That's the last time. That's the last time that Team USA failed to reach the gold medal game, when a 19-year-old LeBron James won bronze. You know, Kevin Durant has been there, done that. This is why Steph Curry's here. This was Game 6, Steph Curry in Boston for the whole world to see. And that's why, again, it meant more from an observer standpoint and from their standpoint as well.
Yeah, it's a great point. And we're talking to Dalton Johnson, who's kind enough to join us here in the late hours. And on the note of Kobe numbers, by the way, the gold medal game is going to be 8-10-24, 10 being Kobe's Olympic jersey number. So if you think about that, it could be a poetic ending for the United States, but they got 40 minutes to get that job done here in a couple of days. I want to pivot to the Warriors just here for a second, because my good friend and host that I produce for, John Dickinson, tweeted about an hour ago, big USA basketball takeaway from today: Stephen Curry plus a legitimate number 2 option plus quality depth can still be elite. Now, of course, Steph is not going to have a roster like this when he goes back to the NBA and goes back to the Bay Area. But it's a fair point after they missed out on Lauri Markkanen. And again, I don't know exactly what it would have cost. Maybe it would have been too much. Maybe that wasn't the right move. But the bottom line is, if Jonathan Kuminga or maybe a Brandon Podziemski cannot flourish into the number 2 option, I can see and understand the impatience of Warrior fans after watching their 36-year-old today look like the best player on the freaking planet.
Yeah, look, JD was spot on. I mean, it's exactly what I wrote about after the game, really. It's just saying that Steph Curry saved Team USA, He saved Steve Kerr. And he reminded the Warriors that not doing everything in their power to maximize his final years, it would be a waste, a massive waste of time for not only one of the game's greatest of all time in Steph Curry, but a waste of all of our time, a waste of basketball's time. So again, it takes two to tango. We saw that with Paul George. We saw that with Lauri Markkanen, with the Jazz, with the Clippers, all of that, right? So I'm not trying to say that, hey, the Warriors didn't go out there and try, because they did. This is the same franchise that did at least give a call about a LeBron James last year. They're not just sitting on their butts and waiting back. But for a 36-year-old Steph Curry to do what he did, and you look at the rest of the roster, you brought up, hey, he's not going to have a Team USA roster on the Warriors. Nobody is. But at the same time, this is a team where it has 3 Celtics, it has 2 Lakers, it has 2 guys on the Suns. You go up and down the roster. Everybody has somebody else that they can turn to and say, I have a star on my NBA team, a second star on my NBA team. Tyrese Halliburton is the guy who's at the end of the bench right now. Hey, he has Pascal Siakam in Indiana, right? Anthony Edwards is the young guy. He has a franchise that went out, and you can have your questions about Karl Anthony Towns. You can have your questions about Rudy Gobert, obviously. But this is a team that was very, very close to obviously being in the NBA Finals last year. So Steph has to be looking around and going, okay, how do all my teammates on Team USA have someone who they can go, I have a number 2 star? And he's the one who can't do that as a 4-time champion. Has to be at least a little frustrating. So it does add a lot of pressure to, hey, Jonathan Kuminga better be a 20-point scorer next year. Andrew Wiggins better be the 2022 version of Andrew Wiggins. Brandon Podziemski has to, up the ante as a scorer and be more of a 15, 16, 17, 18-point scorer a game while still doing all of his glue work as that great connector he is. So it's a great point by you, a great point by JD, because everyone can see it clearly what Steph Curry just did and what his current roster looks like.
As always, great analysis by Dalton Johnson. And before I officially let you go here on this nice Thursday evening, Dalton, what do you make of this roster right now? Because my takeaways from the offseason are whether a trade should or should not have happened, depending on packages. Brandon Podziemski is now going to have a target on his back from the fan base. I think there's some pressure on Jonathan Kuminga to build off of what was already a leap last year. And while I do think some of the Steve Kerr criticism can be a little bit blown out of proportion at times, one thing I will talk about, and JD and I have brought this up together, is it can't take until February or January for everyone to figure out their roles on this roster. And when I look at a team with a bunch of capable role players and really one true superstar on the team, I'm fearing a little bit of the same syndrome that you had in the 2023-2024 season.
Well, it's a great point because, again, depth looks like their strength, but it's also exactly what we heard last year, right? Going into the season, we're deep. We can play 10, 11, 12 deep. And, hey, that's great, but you don't even really want to play that many guys deep, and you still have, again, the same issues as last year where you're going, okay, Moses Moody's now buried in the depth chart and all these things. So it's kind of the same issues as last year. I like the roster more. I like the moves that they made. They were smart, good, versatile, complementary moves. So I think that you look at missing a Klay Thompson, missing a Chris Paul, and bringing in D'Anthony Melton, Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson. All those moves make sense if you have a number 2 star. And that's the frustrating thing right now because I think that this is a better team. It's a versatile team. But again, like you said, are you going to wait till Christmas, January, trade deadline to really know who you are? Because right now, pretty much the best and most likely path forward, aside from maybe another complimentary tweak or two going into the season, is kind of more of that Dallas Mavericks model of going, okay, well, if we're hovering around the 8th seed, maybe we can make a move at the trade deadline. Maybe there is a disappointing team, a disgruntled star. But that leaves so many what-ifs in the clouds right now. So I think it's a better team that also, as you said, has too much of last year's syndrome. It has too many of the question marks too much of complimentary and more of this is what each person's role is going to be. So I think it's going to take time, but time is not their friend right now. You know, time is not of the essence for the Warriors right now. So they're going to have to figure out in a hurry. And, yeah, the pressure's on the young guys. I like the team. I don't love the team. And I think, truthfully, they can fall anywhere from, a 5 at the highest, a 6 seed, all the way to a 10 seed again. And that's kind of where they are right now in what is a stacked Western Conference.
Yeah, I'm thinking 7 to 12 is kind of my range right now. I would love for it to get above that, but 7 to 12 seems like my comfortable range of things going right versus things going wrong. And we saw plenty of both at times last year. If there's two things Steph Curry has shown us, it is, one, he wants to compete and try to win at the highest level, and two, he will not take these games and these moments for granted. Dalton Johnson, thank you so much, and we're going to have to do this again as we get closer to the Warriors season.
Hey, had a great time. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. He is Dalton Johnson. You can check out all of his work on NBC Sports Bay Area. You can follow him on Twitter/X at DaltonJ_Johnson. And pretty stellar insight there from a true pro reporter in the Bay Area. Not a ton of time left. Still time, though, to get some calls in. If you have anything on your mind related to the Giants, Warriors, Team USA, Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams, 49ers, or you just want to say hi at these hours of the night, we'll take your calls next. 415-808-5627. I'm Greg Silver, and this is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
First pitch to De La Cruz. He hits a fly ball, right center. Yastrzemski has it! And Blake Snell has pitched the first no-hitter of his brilliant career here in Cincinnati. And all the Giants are going to come together and celebrate. He did it!
What a moment for Blake Snell. What a moment for the Giants, but what a job by number 7 tonight. Had it all going. I mean, this guy, we talked about it all night long. He had the stuff. And just enjoy this moment right there as he's hugging the 18th no-hitter in Giants history.
How about this? 3 glorious elements of the 8 o'clock hour. We're talking about a Blake Snell no-hitter, reliving that moment. We're talking about When the Levee Breaks by Led Zeppelin playing in my ears. And we're talking about the phones lighting up still. I'm Greg Silver. Just a few more minutes here on Sports Phone on this wonderful Thursday evening. And let's get right into it. Judah, our friend right here in the city, wants to talk a little Blake Snell, Mr. No-Hitter himself. Judah, you're on the Sports Leader. Appreciate the call. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I think we finally gained the Blake Snell we wanted when we got him.
Absolutely, Judah. Was that no-hitter like a defining moment for you and your baseball fandom?
Definitely, for sure. I was like, this is what we got him for, and this is what he's going to give us.
Do you think that there's a chance for a playoff push with the Blake Snell we've seen from July onward?
Definitely. I think that getting rid of Jorge Soler has put this team in a different gear.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Judah. And listen, I'll even eat my own words because at the trade deadline, I was saying Sellzilla instead of Snellzilla. I was okay with parting ways with him. They still got to figure out the contract thing because he is going to opt out with the way he's been pitching now and see if they can find a way to keep him in the Bay Area. But it is night and day what we've gotten Blake Snell, number 7 from July onward, and what we got everything leading up to that. Judah, let me ask you before I let you go. If Blake Snell, well, first of all, is Blake Snell your favorite Giant on the team? And if he's not, who is?
No, my favorite Giant is Mike Yastrzemski.
Nice. Awesome. What do you like about Mike Yastrzemski?
I just love watching him play, and ever since I saw him at my first baseball game, I've always loved watching him.
Awesome. Well, Judah, thanks so much for the call. I appreciate you staying up late here with us tonight. And good caller. Continue to call in on KNBR. Judah from San Francisco and a big fan of Yaz. Yaz always hasn't gotten a bunch of praise here on the airwaves, but it's good to get some Yaz love here. Let's go out back to a little bit of Aiyuk and Olympics out in San Jose, where David wants to chime in. David, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Got you loud and clear.
All right, so this Brandon Aiyuk thing is like, sorry, I got an airplane flying over. I'm getting sick of it, just like everybody else is.
Yeah, it's understandable.
They just need to pay him and win the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, so you think, would you say if it needs to go as high as Amon-Ra St. Brown money and $30 million, would you do it if you're John Lynch?
I think over the next 3 years, if you can win 2 Super Bowls, that's going to pay dividends right back to you.
All right, so David's in that take the swing mentality. Awesome. Well, David, I also saw you had a little bit of Olympics on your mind. What about Paris is getting you fueled?
Oh, there's Steph and LeBron and KD.
Oh, I mean, dude, how nice is it to watch a team with LeBron James on it? What's that?
I said, wasn't that magic?
It was magical, and it was a generation-defining game. And I mean, this is what I would say.
I was so worried, and I wasn't in the dugout, but you know, I was listening to the Giants getting dug out of the torrential rains in Washington.
He's like our friend Bob earlier, doing a little multitasking.
I want to listen to the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look,
So
you got a pair of wins today.
It's been an amazing night in sports.
Absolutely. Well, David, thank you for the call out in San Jose. And before I get to Ron and Henry here in a second, just got to say this for the Bay Area. Number one, we got to watch Steph and KD play together, which is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. And as far as they were both healthy, there wasn't really losing going on. Two, how great is it to get to root for a team with LeBron on it? I mean, we don't get that really in the Bay Area. He's now on a SoCal rival in the Lakers. Before that, he was the rival meeting the Warriors in the finals for 4 straight years out in Cleveland. And then maybe you were or weren't rooting for those Miami super teams. So for the bulk of LeBron James' career, we've gotten to admire his game for sure. Maybe you even hate him. And hey, I respect it if you're a diehard in the Bay. But I'm done hating. The fact that he has been this great for this long, just incredible. And it's so relaxing to get to watch him and Steph team up and just work together and appreciate what they are for this game of basketball. Number 3, maybe maximizing the end of Curry's career should be important. I'm not saying Lauri Markkanen was the move, but if these young players and the internal development doesn't work out to their thinking, might as well get on that sooner rather than later, because that guy's still pretty good at basketball who wears the number 30. Let's go out to Ron in Oakland. Ron, you're on the Sports Leader. How are you?
I'm fine. So I want to revisit the trade of Poole away for Chris Paul.
Yeah.
I had thought during our last championship season that we don't win that without both Wiggins and Poole. And yet, since that trade, the trade doesn't look that bad because Poole has looked terrible for the Wizards, sometimes being on Shaq in the pool. And it looks like he may well have failed the attitude test. I didn't get this in some bar from a fellow drunk, but I think I read that what Poole had said to Draymond before Draymond cold-cocked him was something like, how does it feel to have been an anvil in Steph's backpack all these years? That's a hell of a disrespectful thing to say to a teammate who's a Hall of Famer, and we don't win 4 championships without him. And what do you think? That guy could have been our second star behind Steph this year, and yet maybe his personality, inability to fit in, being a jerk, means we had to get rid of him. You'd think if anybody could fit in on the Warriors, it seems like anybody could and should, but I feel bad that Poole isn't on the roster today.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and thank you for the call, Ron. I think it's good thoughts there on the Jordan Poole. Look, as far as Poole, there's always going to be a handful of what-ifs. It's hard to really assess the maturity and the attitude and kind of him playing in his head a little bit when he did get punched in the face by his teammate. Was he being annoying to Draymond Green? Yeah, he probably was. Should he have gotten punched in the face, and was he in the wrong? No, he was not. And it's kind of hard that we're never going to be able to separate those two. I do think the Poole thing, I'll say yes and no. For do we miss Jordan Poole? You miss Jordan Poole for the times when Steph Curry misses games, because you look at this current roster, and with no Steph, who's the guy that's going to take the bulk of the scoring and put up points in a hurry and, frankly, be able to run the offense? I mean, that is missing. On the flip side of that, I always say to people, did you watch the Wizards this year? Like, yeah, Jordan Poole went from the system that was going to help his skill set flourish the most into the most dysfunctional organization in the entire league. And in hindsight, getting rid of Poole for a salary dump in the end, which is what they traded or they waived Chris Paul in this offseason, yeah, that's not a very good look for a player that helped you win an NBA title. But as I always say, you paid him nothing of the $123 million regrettable extension based on the way his game declined. So it's always going to be a yes and no for me. There's parts of Jordan Poole you miss. I don't think he was Steph Curry 2.0. I wish him well and that he can still salvage a good NBA career. I don't think he deserves to have to play for the Wizards necessarily, but yeah, maybe Jordan Poole did get in his own way some, and I think that's a fair point to throw out there too. So thank you for calling in, Ron, and appreciate you staying up late with us. Let's get to Henry out in the East Bay to pivot back to baseball here. Henry, Giants 9-5 today. First of all, you watched that game, and how are you feeling?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. Thank you. I just want to say that, I think this is Zaidi's maybe his best team in terms of winning in October, potentially. And, up there with 2021. And, that's not the best compliment because we should have more. But more good teams. But I just want to comment on, I think with Zaidi, you see somebody who's much stronger with the pitching side than with the hitting side. And I think if we don't, as an organization, even that out, get the hitting a bit better, I think we're going to kind of run into the same problem over and over again. I think we need to get some guys who can drive in runs with 2 outs, runners on base. I mean, losing Longoria, Donovan Solano, people who did that with regularity has kind of hurt our offense, and that's what I believe. And I think we should get some guys who can get base hits, good bat to ball guys. Maybe not this year, obviously, but.
No, I couldn't agree more, Henry. And hitting at opportune times is something that's been missing from the Giants lineup. And thankfully, both Canna and Conforto were able to do that today and salvage what was a blown save in the 9th inning. But yeah, bats are important, and the Giants certainly lack that. I don't think pitching is the weak point of their staff, and maybe they got to tweak the bullpen like we spent the first hour of the show on. But ultimately, the rotation, I think, is going to be fine when you look at the guys they got heading into next season. It's hitting, which has been a little bit of a struggle, and we've had some baseball games go very fast because the Giants don't exactly have the tendency to get on base right now. Not right now. They have won 10 of their last 13, to be fair, but at times when they've gone cold this season, and I said this before, I'll say it again, when they've looked bad, they've looked like a bottom 5 team in the MLB this year, and that is disappointing. That said, it's nice to see them go 10-3 in a stretch, and maybe they can continue to build off that. So Henry out in the East Bay, thank you very much for chiming in here on Sports Phone. And I got to be honest with all of you, 3 hours flew by fast. And before I do my final thank yous and closure to the show here, I forgot to share this text I received earlier from my sister, who was watching USA versus Serbia with a bunch of her British coworkers, and first was complaining like they're all rooting for Serbia, and we're all like, yeah, duh. Like I'd be rooting for Serbia too if I was not the U.S. That was incredible the way they played. But she ended it with saying it's so special seeing someone get Steph'd for the first time, and I thought that was a fantastic text and a really good point from someone that is a fan, like is a big fan and loves Draymond Green to death for better or worse, but hasn't watched every single game with the Warriors and still can pick out the greatness and how much of a killer he really is by just knowing sports. And when you see someone who's really, truly different. So if you're watching Twitch and YouTube, got the jersey on for Steph. I want to thank Tracy Sandler. I want to thank Dalton Johnson. I want to thank all of you who tuned in today and called into the show. And of course, thank you to Casey and Cole for the work you've done behind the glass. This flew by. It was easy and it was fun. And I hope you tune in tomorrow for the morning show with Dieter and JD, my guys. And on that note, I want to say that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. Metal made easy. I'm Greg Silver, and you have been listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This is Greg Papa, your voice of 49ers football. Papa and Lund, 10 to 2, right here
on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Along with Carlos Ortiz, so Carlos and I just strangers passing in the night tonight. And then next week, a full 5-day work week for your boy. How about that? Got the full 5-weeker coming in. Last week I was off Friday. This week I'm off Friday. I should have done all the Fridays. Why though? I love to be here. What am I talking about? I can break down preseason football with you. And in a stunning turn of events, folks, there were 2 games played today to completion. Yeah, that's right. No stopping in the third quarter. We had 2 preseason games, and we played the whole game. And 2 games were played. 4 teams played total. We had a combined 37 points across 2 games. So who are the players that are going to be picked up tomorrow on waivers in your fantasy dynasty leagues that you're going to say, what happened? Why is this guy being picked up? Well, for the Panthers, probably nobody. The Patriots beat them 17-3 tonight. Bailey Zappi